Test, test, test.
Good morning, members of the public and council members. So we'll be beginning our day with our SSC report and then moving on to our C4 agenda item. So if our SSC co-chairs are available, ask them to come up, please. Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel, and I am one of the co-chairs of the SSC. And with me are Dr. Stewart and Dr. Gasper. And this morning, we're going to give the SSC report in full, as I understand it. So first, in our administrative discussion, the SSC received announcements from Ms. Evans, and one of the things that we brought up was, like you received the delayed or postponed AFSC report from October, we also had a report in October that we ended up not seeing, and so we just put in our report that we request seeing a version of that postponed presentation at an upcoming meeting as it fits in. The SSC then also gave a big thanks to outgoing SSC members, Mike Downs and Pat Sullivan, for their service and all the things they've done for the SSC. So as you've heard about already at this meeting, groundfish specifications this year, the recent furloughs required a different process for the SSC review for 2025. Due to the government shutdown, AFSC stock assessment authors were unable to complete the 2025 groundfish operational assessments, and the groundfish plan team did not convene in November to develop any recommendations regarding harvest specifications. So in lieu of those, the council staff developed a groundfish specifications process document, which is on your e-agenda, and the SSC thanks the council staff for putting that together to help the SSC navigate an unprecedented situation, and then also for gathering information to facilitate SSC review in the absence of new assessments. Their work really made our review possible, and we appreciate it. We also thank the regional office staff for the presentation at the beginning of our meeting for clarifying the council's annual 2-year specification process. So I have a number of slides in here on the process that the SSC undertook this year, and that is because it did differ from the past, but there were many similarities. And so what I hope to show is that despite the process being different, we built upon the process that we use every year and that the council has endorsed and helped as far as risk tables go. I also hope to show that it was consistent with the past in the ways in which we were consistent with past process, and then in the ways that we were different. And that despite the short meeting this year, also the depth that we went into in our stock assessment review. And so everybody, I think, has worked to make that possible. So the SSC developed a framework to evaluate whether individual stocks warrant consideration of additional conservation measures. And conservation measures, as we are talking about, would be new or larger reductions below max ABC compared to preliminary specifications. The framework was also to evaluate whether the preliminary specifications, which were based on last year, the 2024 SAFE reports, remain the best available scientific advice. So the starting point under this framework was the preliminary OFL and ABCs for 2026 that were recommended by the SSC in October. That's where we started. As I mentioned, with that starting point, then we considered whether there should be reductions to max ABC. In our discussion, as part of when we were talking about individual stocks, I believe it fell under the Goa Pollock discussion, we responded to or discussed public comment because there was public comment at this meeting that requested to set higher OFLs and ABCs. So those above maximum permissible. And so we were discussing whether or not that's possible within our framework without an assessment to come up with these new OFLs and ABCs. And so in our discussion, council staff shared with us that the specification process outlined under the FMP does not currently allow the ABC to exceed the maximum permissible as specified in the assessment. And without assessments, we didn't have another way to calculate that. And so we didn't discuss that any further.
Dr. Dressel, we have a question. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel and co-chairs. I just wanted to, and I appreciate you going through that, but I think it's an important part of the process that the SSC delineated in public, and I was listening to that part of the meeting. And so the only opportunity for the SSC was to determine whether there was an additional buffer or further reduction between max ABC and ABC, max ABC from the previous assessments. But there was no discussion or path for the SSC then to determine if there was any increase compared to the October specifications in an ABC. There was no way to do that without a new assessment. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
One thing that I will note, and you'll see that in the wording in our report, is that the preliminary specifications for 2026 that you'll see in the table, we confirmed with council staff before the meeting that the projections that were in there for 2026, they do include reductions from max for a couple of species from December 2024. So most of those are maximum ABCs from 2024. Some of them actually had a reduction for max already in there. And so really what we were looking at this year was, is there any information from, and I think I'll get there in this, but is there any information from the surveys, from the ESRs, from any information we have for this year that would warrant either a reduction for max, if that's what it was from last year, or a further reduction if there was already a reduction for max ABC. So that's a little bit awkward, but the way that we phrase that then is whether or not there was a reduction from the preliminary specification in 2026, most of which were max ABCs and a couple of which were lower than that. So in the absence of a quantitative framework for assessing and accounting for increased uncertainty associated with the lack of the scheduled stock assessments, the SSC applied the already established risk table framework for reviewing stocks with potential concerns. So this approach is consistent with past practices for incorporating information that cannot or has not yet been quantitatively integrated into an assessment or the harvest control rule. This approach is also consistent with past practice for applying a high bar for reducing from max ABC, resulting from the most recently accepted model under the Council's established tier system, the harvest control rules, and the full peer review process. So we've talked before about with the risk table that reductions from max should be used sparingly and infrequently, and that is the same here. The SSC does want to highlight that the lack of new assessments in 2025, it clearly results in increased uncertainty and an elevated risk for all stocks. It would likely differ among stocks, but this risk is not easily quantifiable. And so the SSC then had to look at, in this day and a half meeting, which stocks are we going to talk about the most? Where do we focus our energy? And so we prioritized review. We actually looked through all stocks that were scheduled for operational assessments in 2025. We also looked through looked closely at 3 stocks that were scheduled for catch reports in 2025, but those were highlighted as having some additional concern last year in December 2024. And so we looked at those as well. When we looked at those stocks, we had to figure out what information were we going to look at and what information were we going to use in order to assess any risk. So those sources included the 2024 SAFE reports or the last available assessments. Some of those were prior to 2024. The Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands catch reports that Council staff provided for us this year. And within that, looking at the catch relative to the ABC or the OFL. We also looked at 2025 survey information, and we say cautiously interpreted because I'll describe it a little bit below, but it wasn't just the point estimates from the survey, but we also considered the uncertainty around those values and the fact that they had not yet been integrated into an assessment where an assessment balances out that survey, the survey estimate from 2025 with surveys from previous years. It also, for a number of our stock assessments, balances the survey estimate with age composition information, which we didn't have this year. And then we looked at the preliminary ecosystem status reports and ecological socioeconomic profile information that we had. We had a discussion and we looked at survey information. If the survey information hasn't been fully reviewed by authors, plan teams, and integrated into assessments, does that reflect information that we should consider? And we concluded that the use of survey and preliminary information is consistent with National Standard 2. It allows the use of interim monitoring results, but it does caution that incomplete analyses like these should not be treated as substitutes for fully reviewed assessments. So that's why we looked at them, but looked at them cautiously. The next thing, so we had to look at what sources of information we were going to use. We also had to look at, develop a set of metrics to look at with that information. And so the things that we looked at, we named 14 different things, I think, in our meeting, and we've categorized those into 4 categories here. So the first one was assessment context. What was the tier level, the assessment frequency, and for each of the stocks we looked at, and what was the information in the latest risk table that we had. The next thing was looking at the stock status and exploitation. So for these species, we looked at biomass trends relative to reference points. We looked at recruitment patterns, and we also looked at the ratio of catch over ABC. The third one was we looked at the new survey information as well as the ESRs and ESPs that I mentioned on the last slide. And finally, we looked at the projections. So these are the projections from 2024, the latest assessment. And we looked at the catch assumptions that were made and the consistency with the expected trend. So did the projection go down? Did the projection go up? And then what did we see in the survey this year? So the SSC summarized these metrics for each stock. So we went through and our leads did that. And in this presentation, I'm not going to go in through detail all of them. I do include a slide with one of them that shows an example because I think this list is kind of hard to figure out, but I wanted to show how we implemented it. The remainder of those, though, are written out in detail in the SSC report. So please look there, and we're happy to answer any questions as well. So the SSC assessed these metrics qualitatively for evidence of elevated risk. And that means risk that would justify a reduction from max ABC, or indications that the preliminary OFL and ABC were sufficiently precautionary as they stood. Where multiple metrics suggested concerns, the SSC considered a reduction from max ABC. So this is my example of how we did this for one species. And the species that I've got here is for Eastern Bering Sea pollock. As our discussion went, the SSC noted continuing concerns over the strength of the 2018 year class. We noted that it strongly impacts the spawning biomass projections, so essentially on what the 2026 specification is based. However, we also looked and noted that the 2024 assessment suggested that the uncertainty in the 2026 projection was actually not greater than the estimated uncertainty for 2024 and 2025. The next point is we noted a concern that observed the 30% decrease in the survey estimated biomass in the Eastern Bering Sea in 2025. However, we also noted that there were increases in other indices, survey indices, which suggested a possible redistribution of biomass because the Midwater and the Northern Bering Sea surveys actually had increases. We also noted that the changes in all of the abundance indices were well within the range of survey variability in the past. So even though there was a 30% decrease, was that consistent for a species with a life history of pollock? And in this case, we found it was. Finally, we looked to see if the drop, the 30% decrease, was consistent with what we were expecting to happen in 2026 and was already accounted for in the 2026 specifications. And we found that it was. So given all those things, the SSC recommended no reduction from preliminary specifications for this stock. So all the stocks differ, but this is the type of conversation that we had.
Question, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. And I'm just trying to orient myself a bit, Dr. Dressel. So no, in this example, and I'll carry it through to other examples, but no reduction from the October specifications, but a pretty significant reduction in ABC from the 2025 specifications. That's what I'm seeing. You're making a comparison to October projections, but in terms of real ABC numbers from 2025 to 2026, there's a pretty significant drop in ABC. Am I correct?
I don't recall the change, but yes, you are on target. We are comparing, we didn't make an additional reduction from the specification in October for 2026. Exactly.
Thank you.
So given a look at all of these species, sorry, I'll tell you this first. So there actually was one assessment that we looked at in October, And that is because we look at harvest projections in October. And we did that for the GOA Deepwater Flatfish complex. It was the only harvest projection. And so what you'll see in the final specifications is that for the GOA Deepwater Flatfish complex, there actually was a projection for 26 and 27, and that is in our recommended specifications. But that was actually the only species that had a different number for 26 and 27, and it was the only one that went through a normal process. For all the remaining stocks, which were all the ones that we looked at this meeting, the SSC did not identify additional risk factors that would warrant a reduction for any of the ones that we looked at from the preliminary 2026 ABC. Therefore, the SSC recommends using the preliminary 2026 OFLs and ABCs for final specifications for all of the stocks looked at for this meeting. The SSC also recommends we looked at apportionments to see if there was an additional information, and for ones where there was a proposed change in methodology, like for GOA short raker and BSAI Greenland turbot, we looked to see whether those leaving the apportionments for an additional year before looking at the assessment methodology would cause a conservation concern. We concluded that it would not. Therefore, we recommended no change in apportionments from the preliminary 2026 specifications either. As noted by staff in the staff process paper, the SSC followed recommendation that will consider the biologically informed recommended distributions, the birds, during the 2020 next assessment cycle. So those were the specifications as far as stock status. Given the currently available catch information, the SSC concluded that no stocks were experiencing overfishing in 2024. I will note that last year, in December 2024, we determined that no stocks with reliable biomass estimates were overfished or approaching an overfish condition. This year, because there were no updated assessments, we couldn't address that or evaluate that for 2025. And I will also note that these were SSC conclusions. These determinations are obviously made by NIMS. So normally when we talk through this presentation, I talk about 26 and 27 specifications as we go all the way through. This time we looked at 2026, and now I'm going to tell you about 2027. So like I mentioned on the last slide, the 2027 OFL, ABC, and apportionment for GOA Deepwater Flatfish was recommended in October, and we continue to recommend that. For all the other stocks at this meeting, the SSC discussed a number of different options for setting 2027 specifications. Given the lack of survey information or environmental information to inform potential changes in 2027, and with no available stock projections for 2027 at this time, the SSC recommends that the 2027 OFLs, ABCs, and apportionments for GOA and Bering Sea stocks be a simple rollover of the 2026 specifications. So unlike other years, these will be an identical repeat, except for deepwater flatfish. We did note, however, recognizing that the further you go out, the more uncertainty there is, the SSC did highlight that for stocks that were these 2027 projections are not updated next year during the assessment cycle. We don't yet know which ones those may be. The SSC will reconsider whether reductions from the max ABC are necessary next year.
Thank you. And we have a question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for including all of these process slides. I really appreciate it. So I just wanted to make sure I understand that for 2027, I see that SSC really didn't have any other path, but to roll over the 2026 specifications. But the understanding, I assume, or the discussion was around that's really a placeholder. It's like a procedural thing that we need in order to have our 2-year specifications in place, and that there's every expectation that we would get assessments done in 2026 to replace those numbers. But those are like a placeholder for us to move forward in the rulemaking process. And I just want to see if that was part of the discussion at the SSC as well, that these are just held until we do actual stock assessments to replace those numbers for 2027.
Yes, through the chair, we did look at some other options, which I didn't outline here, which were like, we could have reduced it from max ABC for all stocks by a certain percent for all of 2027. So we looked at a couple different options. As far as the procedural piece in that, wording wise, we definitely, given the presentation that we received from the regional office, we were aware of how the 2027 specifications are used in the annual 2-year process. Yeah, thank you.
And then just on the last bullet then, so I understand what you said about not yet knowing whether exactly what stocks will be updated. Is that something you would know soon, or the Science Center would know soon, or part of your, I guess I'm trying to think through. It sounds like you would go through the same process next year on considering whether there's further reductions from max ABC, kind of similar to what you did this year, if you didn't have a new assessment in front of you in order to set 2027 specs. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes, because if there's no assessment next year, we really won't have a projection for 2027. And so what we were trying to highlight is, normally in our risk table process, you consider a reduction if there's additional risk. We're not going to have additional data if there's no assessment. So how do you evaluate an elevated risk? That is, so we talked before, we don't have a quantified way to talk about time. Every year you go out, you get additional uncertainty, but we don't have a way to quantify that. We didn't use that. We didn't go through species by species in 2027 now. And we just wanted to highlight that even though we don't have a quantified way of doing that, we will reconsider it next year, because then we'll be 2 years further out than we were. So it was more of a highlight that even if we don't have additional information, we do have the information that it's further out in a projection. And so we would reconsider that.
Okay. Thank you.
So this slide actually goes into part of your question on sort of not knowing what assessments are going to be done in 2026. As part of our discussion, Dr. Foy, we asked if there were initial ideas on what stock assessments were going to be done in 2026. And Dr. Foy shared that there are not existing resources to do all of the stocks assessments that were planned for this year, 2025, and all the stock assessments that were planned for next year in 2026, all in the same cycle. However, an initial thought that he shared was to complete all annual assessments, to prioritize biennial assessments from 2025 and 2026, and shifting 4-year stock assessments ahead by 1 year. So in other words, the 4-year stocks that were scheduled for this year's review would be next year. The ones that were scheduled for next year's review would be the following year. But again, he said that with these 3 bullets, they don't have enough resources to do all 3. So the SSC recommended forming an internal agency work group prior to the 2020, the February meeting. And our request or our thought would be to include the AFSC stock assessment authors, SSC members, and council staff coordinators to look at prioritization for these 2026 assessments. We felt that having people being able to discuss instead of going back and forth with recommendations and presentations would help get a plan sooner. The SSC then recommended that this work group develop a report on the stock assessment priority and that be reviewed by the full SSC and receive public comment at the February 2026 SSC meeting. One of the things that we did when going through all the individual stocks this year was, for all different reasons, we highlighted which ones we thought had a priority or that would especially benefit from stock assessment in 2026. And so these are a list of ones that we highlighted from this year's review. And those were Aleutian Island Pacific cod, Bering Sea and Aleutian Island yellowfin sole, Bering Sea and Aleutian Island other rockfish, Bering Sea and Aleutian Island skates, Gulf of Alaska rough-eye black spotted rockfish, Gulf of Alaska short raker rockfish, and Gulf of Alaska Pacific Ocean perch. And that is an additional to all the annual assessments. We definitely did not have time to get in and say these are higher to do all the prioritization. That's why we recommended it for a work group if possible.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you for that. So just to be clear, because I had a lot of questions on the side about what the plan was, is kind of I realize you're going to have a subgroup to talk about it or work group, but the core of the plan is to do everything that we had planned to do in 2025, do that, and then prioritize some additional ones like you have in this list that were planned for 2026 that would now be on top of what we planned for 2025. So the core of it is still an additional workload, more so than anyone planned in 2026. Am I getting that right?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes, from what Bob described, Dr. Foy described, he was definitely considering more assessments than we normally get in a cycle. The annual assessments seemed quite certain. The biennial assessments, like you said, starting with 2025, he also mentioned 2025, 2026, and that's something that I think that the work group would look at and look at which of those biennial assessments are sort of top priority. These are ones which maybe it's a better stated that the SSC asks that the subgroup make sure to talk about these. And they were for a reason. We didn't necessarily know if they would rise over other biennial assessments, but there were things like for yellowfin sole, we had planned to look at a tier change from tier 1 to tier 3. For other rockfish, we know that there was in the Bering Sea, there was a huge drop. So each of these had their own short raker. It was the apportionment issue. So each of these had their own issues, and we just wanted to make sure that they were considered when the discussion happens.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for that explanation. I think and I appreciate that detail. I think for the public, the question I've been asked the most is, are we just going to skip over what was supposed to get assessed in 2025 and stay on the schedule? And I just want to affirm that that is not the plan. We are going to do the stock assessments that were planned for 2025 in 2026. And so I just wanted to make that really clear. But I appreciate the detail on the additional ones. I think that makes a lot of sense from the SSC's notes of concern in the past. Thank you.
And another question, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning. Just a question about the council at our October meeting gave some direction and some initial additional analysis for what to do about potential additional conservative measures for black-spotted rough-eye complex for Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. Read in the report about your all's review, and thank you for kind of slowing down, taking a beat, and taking a look at that stock at this meeting, as well as all the others. But would that be one that would also potentially be on this list, considering that we have some parallel work at the council? Thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Pamplin. Yes. So, and that sort of highlights the wording in here. We asked them to make sure to consider these stocks. In this meeting, we only looked at on-cycle assessments. And so Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, black-spotted rough-eye, which were the accountability measures that you were talking about, was actually an off-cycle assessment this year. And so because of that, we didn't look at it in detail, and we didn't highlight any of those in this list. That's why this list is definitely not exclusive. They were just ones that we noted from this year and wanted to make sure that at least those were included, but there will certainly be others.
Great, thank you.
The SSC also had a discussion of sort of looking at what were the challenges this year when there were no assessments and we were dealing with the government shutdown. What were the challenges and what might have helped in a situation like this? And so looking forward, not that we want to predict future government shutdowns, but wanted to at least be wise and as to what type of things have we learned from this and could help us in the future. And some of these may take a small amount of effort, and some of them would take a large amount of effort. And so we just put them out there for consideration. So one of them was, in addition to looking at sort of, so like Ms. Kimball stated, the Science Center will be looking at doing more stock assessments in 2026 than they normally do. So the SSC had a short discussion of, is there any way, how do we shoehorn more assessments in within the resources at AFSC and also with the resources of our review? We actually talked also about, can the SSC say the Science Center can get through however many more assessments than normal? Can we get through a review in the same number of days in October and in December? And so we had some ideas, outside the box ideas of looking at, could there be timing adjustments to the annual groundfish review process that would allow the agency and the council to go through additional stock assessments within a single cycle. And so an example of this would be, could authors bring some or all preliminary model runs forward in June rather than October? Would that allow review bodies to do groundfish final reviews in October and some in December? Obviously, that affects all sorts of timing issues. Another one would be, can we move reviewing catch reports from December to October to allow more time in December for these other stock assessments? And I'll mention, one more idea that was discussed was, is it possible to do more operational update assessments rather than full assessments? And there are some reasons that would work and some that it wouldn't. So, but we brainstormed those ideas. The other thing that the SSC recommended was research by agency plan team to improve the assessment projections for the OFL and ABC setting. And so we looked at things included were to improve documentation of the methods used for these projections, to consider develop guidelines for good practice, options for standardization, and for example, how catch is estimated in upcoming years. Consider making the OFL and ABC projections for more than 2 years. Say last year that was for 3 years, then we would have had a projection for 2027. So we would have had that available. And finally, especially to evaluate what is the uncertainty in these projections when you project further out in time. That was one of the big questions that we didn't have quantified this year.
Question, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. So just on that concept then for thinking about something like looking at multi-year projections, would you start that by like looking retrospectively to see how accurate or not previous projections have been for the 1 year, or look to like other regions do multi-year forecasting and how accurate those projections are to help inform how we might do something like that if that was the approach that we took?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I think, yes, one of the recommendations we made was to look at exactly that, the preliminary specifications compared to the final specifications in retrospect, to see how we've done over the past. And there was a little bit of that actually done on the side, but we concluded that it wasn't fully developed enough to try to use it as a method on the fly in this meeting. With regard to other councils, we certainly recognize that other councils do have longer periods between their assessments, in some cases much longer than we have here. But we recognize that the assessment frequency and the tier system are co-developed in this case. And so each council's approach to P-star and the tiers, the assessment tiers and their frequency are related. And I think our initial discussions didn't suggest that we were going to be separate. We could easily separate those two things. So I think as we start to look at the potential for longer term projections, we would need to consider that both the frequency and the tier approach that we're using to do that.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. On the first bullet about the timing adjustments, is that a who is that a recommendation to? Is that a discussion with the Science Center and then the council chair on the SSC's agenda, or what do we do with that recommendation? Because it seems like you've actually put some thought into what might make both your workload better and then the timing of the product delivery better.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, you know, the SSC actually a while ago had actually looked into when we were trying to figure out how to improve the specification cycle. That was one idea that the SSC, as far as looking at preliminary model runs in June, that was one idea that the SSC had come up with. And I know that the agency had considered that and didn't find it feasible at that time. So in our discussion, you know, when we were brainstorming these things, we recognized that we put some thought into it. It's not fully developed, and we really didn't know what the agency was able to do, given that their authors, authors are on multiple assessments, and so they have to figure out staffing and timing and everything else. And so when we came up with those, Dr. Foy responded, you know, that it was with his AFSC hat on. He responded that it was complicated, but that the agency would think about that. So I don't know if that is something that would be part of the discussion in this subgroup. But if they find that something like this is possible, we reframed our comments as we're brainstorming any way that we can help get more assessments done with agency staff and review process. And so not that this was a direction. So that actually was the end of our presentation on C4, C5 groundfish.
Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report and presentation. I guess my question is about something in the report. It mentioned there's a redistributed survey effort, and I think it's on page 8, with depth and coverage changes compared to historical surveys. And that there was an October recommendation that be reviewed for how that was affecting stock assessment results. And I'm wondering when we might expect to see those results. Is that something that we would see next October, or possibly sooner than that?
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, the context for highlighting that was recognizing that survey modernization, as you know, was developed, and this was sort of the first year that it was implemented in the Gulf. And because of that, there were changes with Gulf species, and it was difficult to know whether those changes, the changes were sort of in guilds. So flatfish, rockfish went down. I think flatfish and gaddids went up. And there was a question that the SSC discussed and had questions for the AFSC survey staff. It was, is part of that due to this restratification? In which case we should interpret it cautiously, or was it not? With the shutdown, our context was that we actually didn't have full exploration of that before this meeting, which is part of why we treated the survey results cautiously. As far as timing of that, I believe that actually would be a question for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, not one that we can answer as SSC chairs.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we moved on to Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab. For this, we had one stock with final harvest specifications, and then one stock for which we did preliminary model runs and for the specifications that will occur, think about this because it's changed, I believe in June. So for Norton Sound red king crab, these were final specifications, and this was the second year that we've done final specifications in December. And this was because we're moving to a 4-year meeting cycle. The SSC agreed with the crab plan team and the assessment authors in the final model to use for this year. The results from that model place Norton Sound red king crab in tier 4B. And the SSC also agreed with the crab plan team on using a 30% buffer between OFL and ABC for this stock. And that buffer, there were similar concerns as last year, and this was the same buffer as last year. So it was nothing new. Then we also note that Norton Sound red king crab was not subject to overfishing and is not overfished. The SSC had a number of recommendations, research recommendations, and I've just picked 2 of them to report on here. And that is, we recommended further exploration of a model-based index of abundance standardization. And that is, there are multiple surveys that are included in that assessment, as well as age compositions, and it's difficult to the assessment has to essentially balance these different surveys. And so the model-based index would be one way to help doing that. The second one was looking at aligning the footprint of the Northern Bering Sea Bottom Trawl Survey index that's used for this species and length compositions. So again, looking at these different data sets and how do you deal with them consistently together. The next stock that we looked at was Aleutian Island Golden King Crab, and we were recommending model runs for this. Aleutian Island Goldens, just as a reminder, since I know you haven't had the presentation yet, it's a tier 3 stock. There's a single OFL and ABC for this stock, but there are 2 different models. They're run separately for the eastern area and the western area. and then they're combined for the OFL and ABC. And ADF&G manages this fishery separately in these two different areas. The SSC agreed with the crab plant team on the 4 models that recommended for coming forward for final specifications in May and June 2026. And again, there were other research recommendations for Aleutian Island Goldens. The only one that I pulled out here was the crab plant team raised concern about the diverging population trends in the east and the west, and how combining them for the OFL and ABC, you might lose some information. And so the SSC recommended that the crab plant team can explore methods to obtain an overall OFL and ABC while still accounting for these diverging population trends. And we just gave one example, which is looking at area-specific ABCs, which are then summed for an overall ABC. And I believe that that is the end of our SSC report.
Thank you very much for the report. Are there any final questions from council members? No. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I'm just going through the actual written report. I think you did such an amazing amount of work in 2 days. I just hope the SSC, and you can convey to the whole SSC our thanks for, I did not think you'd be able to go stock by stock and look at all the information that was provided on a individual stock basis. And the written report definitely shows that you did. I also don't know when I've ever been so appreciative of the risk table process. I can't believe I'm saying that, but we set up that process, and the plan teams and the SSCs have gone to great lengths to apply it and to improve its consistent use, and to use it to identify uncertainty that we haven't in the tier system or the assessment. And all that does is create more buffers. I know people aren't that excited about that, but it was extremely useful to have that already set up process for us this year in these circumstances. And I just really appreciate the SSC taking a serious look at every stock to see whether further reductions from max ABC were warranted for 2026. We definitely have some changes from 2025, but the comparison to the October projections and the use of new information, I think, was just a significant workload, and I know we all really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And yeah, I would echo appreciation for just the thorough and structured approach that you took this meeting in dealing with all of the limitations. And would extend appreciation to the full SSC for all of your efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, with that, we are ready. We can take a couple moments to transition to our C4 agenda item. We'll have staff come up. Thank you.
Good morning. Madam Chair, are you ready? I'm looking around. There's a few people that stepped out.
Maybe just give one moment. Thank you.
Sure.
think we're ready whenever you are. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, I'm Sarah Kleber, council staff. Sitting with me is Miss Abby John from the NIMPS in-season management branch. And on the phone, I believe we have Miss Krista Milani, also from in-season management out in Dutch Harbor. Under this agenda item, the council provides your recommendations for final harvest specifications for the federal groundfish fisheries. And this presentation is both providing some context and process information for C4, Gulf of Alaska, and C5, Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish. And then I will walk into kind of more specifics for Gulf of Alaska groundfish. In the Gulf of Alaska, so you just received presentation from the SSC regarding their recommendations, including their OFLs and ABCs. And this action, in addition to that, is for the council to provide TAC recommendations and the associated halibut PSC limits and apportionments, as well as halibut discard mortality rates for 2026 and 2027 Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries. I will note that as mentioned in the SSC report, and as you know, every year the council will get, for the second year in the specifications, we plan to receive additional information next year. So even though we call this final harvest specifications for 2026 and 2027, we do expect to receive that new information in 2026 to inform 2027 recommendations. So I think given that you had the SSC report first, some of the information in the presentation, I will really just summarize and not go into too much detail since you've had the benefit of hearing from them already. But our first order of business is we're going to receive some information from Miss Abby John regarding your annual 2-year harvest specifications process. And then I will go through some of the available information that the SSC and you all do have this year for your harvest specifications, and then go into a few specifics for Gulf of Alaska groundfish and walk through the specifics of the action in front of you. So with that, I will turn it over to Miss John.
Good morning, Council. For the record, Abby John, National Marine Fisheries Service. So the SSC, Dr. Dressel did a really good job highlighting generally the process, but we'll just go over the regional office's role and the harvest specs in general in a little bit more detail here. So each year in October, the council recommends proposed harvest specifications, and this is for 2 years, so for 2026 and 2027. Before the December council meeting, NIMPS reviews these recommendations and publishes proposed specifications and then requests public comments. This year, due to the government shutdown, we are a little bit behind schedule. We have not published the proposed specifications yet, but they are well on their way. There's a chance they could publish as early as next week. So we're just a little bit behind, about a week. And then in December, the council recommends final harvest specifications for 2 years, which is this task today. NIMPS reviews these recommendations and considers public comments, and then will work on the final specifications. And then in January, the fisheries open based on the final harvest specifications published in the previous March, so that would be March of 2025. For peacod and pollock in the Gulf and peacod, pollock, and Atka mackerel in the Bering Sea, NIMPS will usually do in-season adjustments to adjust the tax for the species that may be constrained by the council's final tax. And so we would use the council's recommendations from December to adjust the tax for January so that those fisheries can utilize those tax beginning in January before those final specifications are in process in March. And then in March, NIMS will publish those final harvest specifications. And then the cycle repeats itself. So, and we just want to note with those final specifications, they must be published by March 17th and March 18th for the Gulf and the Bering Sea. And this is because the specifications will expire on those dates. And so the regional office is doing everything we possibly can and working with headquarters to make sure that those specifications publish prior to the expiration date. And that's kind of it for the overview, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. John. I'm curious if the agency's thought about how to extend the regulations in the Federal Register in the future so we don't end up with that end date in March, if we want to be able to keep them effective until superseded.
Through the chair, so in prior years, we've been able to have them effective for 2 full years, but now the Federal Register's preference is that we can only have specifications effective for 1 year. And so publishing in March means those specifications are only effective through December 31st, and then the next year's specifications are only effective until March of that year. So there is a bit of a limitation there. So that's a bit of a change. So they used to be effective for 2 full years. So one option would be to codify them in federal regulations, but that would be a change from our process. So that would take a bit of a lift to figure out. And I think that this year, although we are behind a little bit with the government shutdown, we feel confident that we'll be able to get those completed before the March deadline, if that helps answer your question.
Yeah, that does. Thank you. I know some other regions codify their 2-year harvest specifications, and in that second year, in the table of the specifications, it says the year and beyond. That way they don't ever run into this issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. John, for providing us with that. On your e-agenda, and I believe as Dr. Dressel mentioned, we provided a document on process. And this document we put together to really try to help clarify some of the information about our harvest specifications process in general, and to try to provide the public and the council advisory bodies some information on process this year ahead of the meeting as best we could. As we all know, the new groundfish assessment products couldn't be completed due to the government shutdown, and we canceled our groundfish plan team meetings where those documents are typically reviewed by the plan team so that they can give their recommendations to the SSC. But in putting this document together and the communications that we had across agencies and staff, we were still trying to look at the stock assessment review process that we do have in the North Pacific, and there is linked on the agenda and in this slide, there's a description of how best scientific information is considered in our process. And so we look to that to try to stay with that and have it inform our process this year as best as possible. And that document outlines how we stay consistent with our peer review standards and the National Standard 2 guidelines for best scientific information available. And that includes requirements for public transparency. So while this year is kind of an exception to what we normally get every year, the huge amount of data that we get every year, we put together that document to try to make sure we were still following all of the federal requirements as far as MSA, National Standard 2, and the Administrative Procedures Act. So we are really aiming for consistency there this year as well. As I think you heard Dr. Foy speak to yesterday, and as you know, we have an incredible amount of data in this process in terms of all the information that comes into our groundfish harvest specifications, and we have a stock assessment schedule for our groundfish assessment review. That's the stock prioritization exercise that the council and SSC and plan teams have gone through over the past several years, and that was developed by the Science Center with input from the council advisory bodies, and that really takes into account factors such as when survey information is available and the life history of some of our groundfish stocks. And as a result of that stock prioritization process, not all of our groundfish assessments are assessed and reviewed to the same degree every year, and that's in any year. And that schedule is always subject to change, but we do, I think the center does their absolute best to try to stick to that. There were extenuating circumstances this year, certainly, but every year we do get assessment documents that are of varying complexity and detail, all the way from our operational either full or update assessments to harvest projections or catch reports. And those are, depending on what type of assessment, they are prepared typically for plan team and SSC review. And I wanted to clarify, take this opportunity to clarify one of the things that deserves clarification and attention on our e-agenda in the process document. This was a result of being able to have our federal staff back with us right after we posted a bunch of documents to help us clarify everything. So on this slide, we are just trying to note that there's an inaccuracy in that process document, and the assessment definitions regarding what is included in a harvest projection document. So it kind of seems like a nuance in terminology, but it's really important, and it's not just terminology, and it has come up in multiple conversations this week. So for stocks that are scheduled for a harvest projection rather than a catch report or an operational assessment, the projection model is updated with recent catch data, and the projections of ABC and OFL are then provided for that stock or stock complex for the next 2 years. So in the case of deepwater flatfish in the Gulf, we received that harvest projection before the plan team meeting in September, reviewed it. The SSC reviewed it in October, and that document provided us new information new projections for 2027 and 2028. But that projection model does not include any updated survey information. So if you look at some of the harvest projection documents, and these used to be what we called partial assessments, there's recent survey information may be included in the document as a supplement if it's available, but it's not included within the projection model. So we wanted to make sure we clarified that, and we plan to revise our groundfish stock assessment definitions document as well, so that we can be really clear about all of these changes, and apologize for any confusion that has caused. So just wanted to make clear that in order to really account for recent changes in survey data, an operational assessment really is the thing that needs to be completed. And I think Dr. Foy mentioned that they might be able to get creative with what type of operational assessment they might be able to come up with for some of these stocks, but that the modeling that is needed prior to review of an operational assessment is really where you start getting to dive into historical trends with your survey data per each stock. That is the clarification I wanted to make. I'll just pause if there are questions on that. Okay. The information available for this year in September, the council went through your typical process with our September plan team meeting, SSC review, and you recommended proposed harvest specifications for 2026 and 2027. And those were based on the December SAFE reports as the best available source of scientific information for the status of the stocks as of October. And so those were that basis for proposed harvest specifications, as they typically are every year. But the lapse in federal appropriations impacted really any additional information after that becoming available for your review and the SSC's review at this meeting. And so the SSC was largely in the same position that they were in October with those December SAFE reports and any previous operational assessments, since not every stock received an operational assessment in 2024, representing the most complete peer review as the basis for evaluating the status of stocks. And those 2024 assessments, as Dr. Dressel mentioned, provided the 2026 projections, with the exception of Gulf Deepwater Flatfish, which provided the 2027, 2028 projections. 2026, 2027 projections, excuse me. So the difference this year is just we're trying to work through the same process, but with limited information. That survey data obviously has not been analyzed and interpreted in the context of each assessment. And the process document that we provided walks through our staff proposal for one method that we proposed the SSC could use to review the available information. That's the document you'll see will have a flow chart at the end, and I won't go into the specifics of it. We provided all of that in detail to the SSC, and Dr. Dressel spoke to it. But that is what we tried to outline for them as one option for their review. Beyond the December assessment chapters, the December 2024 assessment chapters, we get those ecosystem status reports, ecosystem socioeconomic profiles, and associated information. So we have that, all of that information still from last year. And we also tried to summarize some of the available or existing information from all of those documents, as well as tried to compile any other available information that would be relevant for the SSC and your considerations for final specs. And this included producing updated catch reports for all stocks. And then we tried to work with the Science Center to make sure we provided the recent survey information that was provided at the September Groundfish plan team meetings. There was preliminary information from the most recent surveys, and we were able to fill in some of the gaps. There were a few stocks that the plan teams did not receive information on, so we worked with the center to try to fill in gaps for some of those stocks so that the SSC and you all would have at least the information, kind of the raw survey data available for their review and for your review as well. That survey information isn't new. It just certain stocks were presented at the plan team, and so we tried to make sure we had all of those. And we appreciate the Science Center working hard to help us get all of those before this meeting. We were also hoping to provide some additional information this year under agenda item C3. Thank you to Anna Henry for providing this slide for us. Originally, the council planned to have this agenda item, which really was trying to organize multiple products that provide relevant context to inform your groundfish harvest specifications under one single agenda item. That was a new type of organization for this information that was going to be used as a pilot approach this year to try to present all this information in a more logical and efficient way. But due to the government shutdown, the products that were intended to be included under this agenda item are not available. And this slide essentially just provides some more details regarding what information is available for December and when and where more updated information will be available for each item. So I won't walk through everything on here, but it does provide some more information on what you were supposed to get under C3. This slide is just showing that all of our stocks in the Gulf of Alaska for which information's available are above BMSY except for Pacific cod, but Pacific cod is still above its minimum stock size threshold. And so you can see all of the stocks are still in the green here. And this is from the 2024 assessment. So this is not updated information for this year, but this is in your 2024 SAFE report. I just wanted to point to the discussions that have been going on over the last several days about the Gulf Bottom Trawl Survey, noting as a reminder, the last one was in 2023. This year's was a new stratified random survey. And because of that, as you heard in Dr. Foy's presentation, we don't know, the center does not yet know until they look more into the survey results, whether the changes in biomass that they saw in the survey this year are due to changes in abundance or changes in the survey footprint, or how the survey was conducted. So I'm not going to speak in detail to that, but as a reminder, in case anyone hasn't heard those conversations, that's kind of been a backdrop of the conversations that the SSC certainly had this year with regard to some of the groundfish stocks. And this next slide, you can't see it in as much detail as you can in the survey slides that we've provided on the e-agenda, which provide each stock or close to each stock. But the survey biomass estimates pretty much showed that the notable changes in biomass occurred for a lot of stocks. Mainly that flatfish were comprising a larger composition of the survey biomass this year. And in general, the rockfish stocks tended to comprise a much smaller composition. And so I know everyone will look forward to trying to learn more in the future about what we can glean from the results from this year's survey. This just shows the assessment document types that were expected this year, and that we basically provided catch reports for all the stocks that were supposed to be catch reports. And then we also provided updated catch reports on any of those assessments or any of those stocks that were meant to be full assessments.
Ms. Cleaver, we have a question for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Back on your previous slide, I don't know if you heard Mr. Ritchie ask the same question of the SSC members when they were giving their report, because we did hear about this, and whether you had an answer about when that investigation would happen, just what the impacts of the redistributed survey effort might be, and whether some of those are real impacts or really from the survey design or the depths. So do you happen to know whether that will be available to the SSC and council next fall, or would we see something like that prior to the October meeting?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, when I've heard Dr. Foy speaking to this, because I think it's really a answer that should probably come from the Science Center, is I think they are working to see what they might be able to provide, whether there might be some information available for a couple of stocks earlier next year, or if we will have to wait until next fall for all of the information. But I imagine it does seem that we will be waiting until next fall for the interpretation of this survey data for most of our stocks. I think the center has limited capacity to to try to get all of this survey information into stock assessments prior to next year. That's a big lift. What's on the screen here, I know it's very hard to see, but this is table 1 that shows your harvest specifications, both what's on the water this year as well as 2026 and 2027. This has been updated since the information that went into the proposed rule, and this on the screen has been updated since the one that was put on your e-agenda. And I'll walk through what the changes are here. Typically, the proposed specifications in October are a rollover of the final harvest specifications from the previous year. Now the action before you is to recommend for 2026 and 2027 final harvest specifications. And as Dr. Dressel also noted in her presentation and described in the action memo, due to the shutdown, the changes that we were planning for documents and tables regarding spatial apportionment and using the term bird instead of referring to all of our apportionments as ABCs or sub-area ABCs, we weren't able to implement the changes that we were hoping to by December. So we plan to implement those changes prior to next year's harvest specification cycle in the fall. So your tables for this December meeting do not reflect any of that new terminology or formatting. So this includes the OFLs and ABCs adopted by the SSC at this meeting. Again, those did not change from the proposed rule except for Gulf of Alaska deepwater flatfish, because that had a harvest projection with updated information this year. And this table also includes adjustments for state GHL fisheries. The up in the first row for pollock, the adjustment for the federal Gulf pollock tack is every year first reduced by 2.5%, and that provides for the Prince William Sound GHL fishery. And then there is another adjustment for state Pacific cod fisheries, or a couple other adjustments, or one adjustment for state pea cod, another one for octopus. The calculations for the state Pacific cod adjustments are shown in table 2 on your additional tables item on your e-agenda, and they're shown here on the screen. So every year the council recommends Pacific cod tax that reduce the ABC to account for these GHL fisheries. And in October, the Board of Fisheries increased the state waters South Alaska Peninsula GHL from 30% to 35% of the Western Gulf of Alaska apportionment. So that will be in place for the 2026 fishing year. The Central and Eastern Gulf percentages, the amount that is allocated for the state GHL stayed the same, but we do have that bump reflected here in the tables from 30 to 35% of the Western Gulf GHL. And I'll note that the table on your e-agenda had one error for 2027, so that is shown here as well. The last state fishery accounting that we have is for octopus. As in October, the National Marine Fisheries Service is advising that the council recommend octopus tax for the Gulf of Alaska that are a 16 metric ton reduction from the ABC to account for the state GHL fishery also in Prince William Sound. That was established last December, and NMFS is still in the process of evaluating whether that adjustment to TAC is required, and plans to clarify that in the final rule whenever that will come out. So we will keep you updated on whether there are any changes to that in future years. As far as prohibited species catch limits in the Gulf, unlike the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, salmon PSC limits in the Gulf are set by regulation, so we don't walk through those limits here, but PSC limits for halibut in the Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries are specified annually by fishery, gear type, and season. And so the 2026 and 2027 halibut PSC limits are listed in tables 3 through 5 on your additional tables document on the e-agenda. Shown here on the screen for table 3, this shows the halibut PSC limits that apply to trawl vessels and vessels fishing with hook and line gear for species other than sablefish IFQ. So those are the two gears that we do have PSC limits applied to in the Gulf. If you take the information in, sorry, my slide is going a little slow. If you take that information that is in table 3 and you just look at the trawl halibut PSC, those limits are then further apportioned among shallow water and deep water species complex fisheries. And the apportionment of PSC limits to those fishery categories are described in regulations, and the results of those details are shown here on the screen. As I mentioned, in addition to trawl in the Gulf, we also have PSC limits for some of the hook and line fleets. This is split out between the catcher vessel and catcher processor sectors according to the PCOD split formula, and that's also prescribed in regulation. And so based on that formula, the PSC limits for hook and line CVs and CPs in the Gulf are as shown here on the screen. The last piece of information that the council recommends as part of your Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specs is the halibut discard mortality rates. And I believe you saw these in October. These were included in the proposed rule, and there haven't been any changes to these since then in October of 2025. So these just provide the DMRs by gear type and by operation. And I believe that is the conclusion of the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Are there any questions? Report. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I just want to confirm that all of the things that you went over in the last few slides on PSC limits, those are unaffected by the lack of stock assessments or interruption in our regular process. Those are built into our regulations. So clarification for that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct. The only real change this year was for Gulf PCOD, and that didn't change as a result of any of our data or harvest specifications. That was simply due to the Board of Fish process.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for the report. That brings us to our AP report. And just a notice to the public, any members of the public wishing to testify, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, I am Chelsae Radell, co-vice chair of the advisory panel, and I'm here to give the advisory panel report on C4 GOA groundfish harvest specs. We had 2 motions. The first motion reads, the AP appreciates the exceptional work of council and agency staff in this unprecedented and abbreviated annual Gulf of Alaska specifications process. The AP recommends that the council approve the final 2026 and 2027 GOA Groundfish harvest specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and the tax as shown in the attached Table 1. The tax for both GOA, Pacific cod, and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water guideline harvest level fisheries, including the recent change by the Board of Fish to increase the deduction from the Western Gulf of Alaska ABC to 35% for the South Alaska Peninsula state cod fishery. The Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod adjustments are shown in Table 2 in the action memo. The AP recommends that the council set the final 2025 and 2026 Pacific halibut PSC limits and allowances and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as shown in Tables 3 through 5 in the C4 additional tables for GOA Groundfish document on the E-agenda. The main motion passed 19-0.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the first motion? Thank you.
The second motion reads, the AP requests the council explore whether there could be benefits from updating Gulf of Alaska pollock and cod 2026 harvest projections with 2025 survey information to be in effect for 2026. The main motion passed 14-4.
Thank you. Any questions on the second motion? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Radell. On the second motion, I assume that I'm trying to understand the word explore. I guess that's providing some opportunity or flexibility that the AP probably didn't have all information in front of them to know whether this was possible, but wanted, tell me if I'm putting words in the AP's mouth, the council to look at whether the Gulf pollock and cod harvest projections could be updated and then in place in 2026 to replace what you just did in your previous tables. And if you could provide a little bit more about that discussion and maybe what was unknown when you made that request, it would be helpful to me.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. And I think that's reflected in the AP report because there was a lot of sort of discussion about sort of precedent setting and then the authority of the AP to move something forward. And so, yes, the AP was simply looking for the council to decide whether it was possible. The items and elements that were unknown was, well, you can see that the AP was requesting simply survey information to go into an updated harvest information to go into the existing models. The AP didn't have information to know if that was adequate for the process. The AP also discussed that they expected the council to decide if they moved this forward that it would go through the normal SSC process, but to the extent the AP would need to be involved or if it would just be council or groundfish plan teams, all of those elements. And then also the AP, asked some questions of staff, but just realizing time constraints and then adjustments and timelines of final rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as follow-up, and you might have mentioned it, Ms. Radell, but the being specific about updating the harvest projections. We just received the presentation that showed that really technically in our document, it's been modified to show the harvest projections don't include survey data. So I maybe shouldn't read much into the terminology used and understand that you just wanted the assessment updated.
Yes, that is correct. The AP, after the AP took action, staff let us know that it was not a harvest projection. What the AP was requesting by definition was actually more like an operational assessment. And so that is the distinction. Yep. So don't read too much into it.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for the report. So I think it's a good time to take a mid-morning break before we begin public testimony. Let's come back at 9:55 and we'll begin public testimony on C4. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. So we're ready to begin our public testimony on C4. As a reminder to the public, individuals and companies have 3 minutes, a time limit, and organizations and associations will be under a 6-minute time limit. We'll begin with Heather Bauscher, followed by Mark Fina.
Good morning, members of the council. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Heather Bauscher. I'm the Fishery Communities Engagement Specialist for the Sitka Conservation Society and the lead outreach person for the Skipper Science Partnership. Skipper Science is a collaborative research program based in Alaska fisheries and dedicated to connecting the knowledge and experiences of fishermen and mariners to the scientific research and resource management policies affecting Alaska's coastal regions. Participants in the program are primarily small boat fishermen across fisheries and gear types statewide. Projects are co-designed with participants and research partners to fill mutually prioritized data gaps. Using pre-made forms in the Skipper Science smartphone app, participants submit observations with narrative descriptions of marine species and environmental conditions and phenomena, along with geolocation, data, time information, and optional audio, video, or fishery-specific information. We can also provide fishermen with kits for sampling of tissue, water, weather, and more, which has enormous potential for wider scale monitoring and data collection. Participation in the program is voluntary, and participants are rewarded for their efforts through cash raffles, direct payments, depending on the projects. The program serves as a bridge between those who work on the water and domain experts and policymakers, enabling on-the-water data collection and collaborative marine ecosystem research. I'm here today because this work would have been included in the ecosystem status report, but that was not possible due to the government shutdown. We wish to remind the council that we provide an opportunity through our program to involve fishermen through the state to collect throughout the state to collect data and observations on a wide scale that expands the temporal and spatial coverage of ecosystem information. We give an opportunity for fishermen to provide observations that can include components relevant to social science, environmental, and ecosystem changes, and collect data valuable to fisheries research. We do this work through engaging with a network of partners in the fishing industry, including individual skippers who have experience in the program and fishing groups who are uniquely engaged in specific regions and gear types. We partner with agency and university scientists in developing research projects that target specific questions and data gaps. Through an approach that seeks to convene fishermen, scientists, fishery managers, and policy experts, we build an interdisciplinary approach to collecting data from the sea up through cooperation and identification of shared priorities. We prioritize trust with our participants by acting as the meeting place, organizing entity, and by maintaining their autonomy and privacy. Data collected through the app can be generated into reports, scrubbed of personal information, and shared with project partners designated in a privacy policy statement signed by users. The geospatial data is designed to go directly into GIS for analysis. Photos, videos, and audios can also be included, and data fields are scripted into an Excel or CVS file. Being the entity that facilitates data collection and holds the data, we create space for autonomy and collaborative project design. For several years now, Skipper Science has contributed data collected by fishermen to the ecosystem status reports in presentations. And last year, the report was included in the 2024 Gulf of Alaska ESR. And we believe that was received pretty well, and would like to say thanks to the authors of the ESR for their support of this innovative methodology. This work has only been possible as a result of these collaborative efforts. We prepared a report based on observations this summer, which is included as an attachment to our comment sign-up, and there are printed copies available to share if folks are interested. It's unfortunate that the ESR couldn't be completed at this time, so we wanted to elevate this data and this local knowledge to the level that it would have otherwise been, which is why we decided it was important to be here today. As we're nearing the end of this phase of the work, it was important to come in person and say thank you to everyone for the collaboration and all of the efforts it took to create this channel for elevating local observations. I'm really proud of the work that we've been able to accomplish in the last couple of years. I feel like it's pretty fast to get this far in 3 or 4 years of the experimental phase of this to actually including it in the ESR. And we just know that there's a lot of possibility and hope it can continue. With further investment in outreach and project building, this methodology provides data that has potential to complement agency-led science as a rigorous interdisciplinary method connecting local-level science to agency-level research where fishermen or relationships with fishermen are the grounding factor. And with the support and participation of the council and agencies, we have the opportunity to expand this program that seeks to fill these data gaps and monitor a quickly changing marine ecosystem to assist in providing the best available science. But we will need more funding, investment from agency scientists and project design, and more partners and greater, broader collaborations across the state. And given the current circumstances that we are in presently, how much more information could we have right now to work with if this had been able to be scaled up sooner? So hopefully we can find ways to keep this going, and just really wanted to say thank you. The relationship building inherent in this work has been really important, and the collaboration has been phenomenal. And I think it's a testimony to the importance of trust building between scientists, managers, and fishermen that is so key to this work. I'm here today by myself, but me and Kelly Drummond had been here presenting to the other groups. She's now the dedicated director for this program, which is really exciting that we have a specific person to help connect all these dots and make everybody and manage this. So thank you so much for your time today and this opportunity. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Goen, then Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bauscher, for the presentation and for your report that's submitted online. And I'm glad to hear that the information is being used in the ESRs. That's fabulous to hear. I was intrigued by the stomach contents of salmon, and I'm just curious if you're getting more data on stomach contents from other species as well, or is it just salmon?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen. I'm so excited that you asked me about the stomach contents because that is like part of my favorite part of these data. And I helped contribute to some of those observations over the last couple of years, deckhanding on trawlers. And, you know, we're always asked to open up the stomachs of the fish to figure out what the salmon are eating, so you know, like what you're trying to, where to find them. There was actually a lot of interest in the data on the forage fish there. We were finding herring, capelin, and then there was interest particularly in the capelin observations, but we weren't able to go farther with that because, you know, things have been chaotic lately. But there was a specific targeted project. So we have like two tracks. There's the general observation program, and now we're at the stage where we're starting to do specific studies where we can match make fishermen groups and the scientists. So we were working with the longline fleet and Kiram at the Science Center to do black cod stomach contents. And we had to work with the fishermen to come up with like a protocol that could work on a boat based on equipment that people have. So we used bucket lids because everybody has a bucket lid and that's standard. So they would open the stomach, spread the contents out on the bucket lid, and then take a photo. And because the phone camera resolution is so good now, you can zoom in and identify that, and it became a positive proof of concept for their work. And if you're using the physical samples, sending them in, because the stomach acid is so much, like things would be so deteriorated by the time it gets to the lab, you can't identify as much. So they actually said it was a positive proof of concept. We just weren't able to get to the place to scale that up bigger to have it be more relevant yet.
And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bauscher, for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Given the circumstances we're in, I think this is really helpful for our process for the council to hear this. And I think, I'm not sure if you were at the council meeting the first few days we were in session, but particularly our discussions with the NOAA Fisheries Assistant Administrator and the science, I'm forgetting his title, Dr. Howell, and Dr. Foy, in terms of a real need changing in our process to consider, you know, alternative methods of collecting data that we need in our process. So this is very useful to me. My question for you is, I'm just, what are you finding? And I know you're not the dedicated director of the program, but so whatever you can share is the most effective means for recruiting contributors and data collectors to this program and just, everybody's busy but everyone wants to contribute. What are you finding the most effective ways to sort of hook people in to participate in your program?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker, through the chair. It's really been a lot of relationship building and one-on-one conversations. That's really been a lot of my work the last 4 years to get this off the ground, is just like getting the buy-in and getting enough people to realize the usefulness of this and agree to contribute. And actually, the conversations I have with fishermen on the docks, now that we're at this stage of actually getting this into the report, fishermen are really excited to know that these observations are actually being used and actually being presented in this policy space. And it's not just, like going into a pile somewhere. So initially, it was a lot harder, but now because people have a better idea of what this is and what this does, it's gotten a lot easier. And now we're able to have more conversations with more grass tops folks that are with other fisheries leadership groups, and that's helping us spread that out. But it's really like the person-to-person conversations, and we don't really have another person on our team to handle like anything greater than that at this point.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bauscher. I apologize if I missed. Can you characterize the scope of the fleet that you're currently working with, and if there are any plans to expand that to other fleets and what those might be?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Vanderhoeven, through the chair. Thank you for the question. Like I said before, we're a very small team. I was the only main outreach person. So the first couple of years, it was really a lot of Southeast fishermen because that's where I'm based. Part of the reason me and Kelly have been here all week, Kelly had to leave yesterday, but was to start having these greater conversations with other groups to see how we could expand more broadly. And we are in conversation with folks in other sectors statewide presently to try and find more ways to expand this.
And so follow up, what variety of gear types are you currently working with?
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven. So there's lots of different projects. There's the General Observation Program. Like she said, I'm not the director and I didn't do the data analysis, so I can't speak to the full range, but I know we have fishermen in the small boat fleet. Another project I didn't mention that I should have is really important for marine safety. We now have a freezing spray project with the Weather Service, and we were just talking with some of the Amendment 80 folks and others who are out in the Bering Sea or the other trawl fleets and people in greater distribution across Alaska to help with the freezing spray project. So we are now starting to try to work with every possible group and sector.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much for your time.
And so Mark Fina is up next, followed by Ben Lay.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Mark Fina. I work for Silver Bay. I'm just here to testify briefly in support of the AP motion, suggesting that the council consider revisiting the specs for specifically PCOD. And I guess I point to PCOD for two reasons. One, based on the conversations I've had with folks at the Science Center, it seems like the bump there that is not recognized by the current specs is a little more certain, and that certainty means that your process will more likely yield something. And also the benefits get spread pretty widely in PCOD. Several sectors use that fishery and rely on that fish. So I think when you look at the benefits of it, the benefits are more likely to be realized, and they're more likely to be realized by more people. So PCOD, I would suggest, is a place to focus. I guess I would encourage you to work with the agency to develop, use your flexibility to the extent you can. I know it probably requires an assessment, a full assessment, but are there ways you could provide a reasonable, sound scientific basis short of a full assessment? Should think about that. Another thing to think about as you go forward is it's really important that this be available as soon as possible. and that if you can get a council action, and I'm just going to throw out a probably unrealistic date, but why not? Late February, you might be able to get an in-season adjustment done that can accommodate that before all rulemaking is completed. And I think you've got several tools you can look at and consider. And I would just encourage you to do that as you go forward. The sooner this is available, the more benefit you'll get from it, and the wider those benefits will be spread. So I just would hope that you'd look at ways to be flexible. In my discussions so far with folks at the agency, both Science Center and Region, they've been receptive to thinking about this. The other thing I would say is that at each stage, you should consider whether it's still worth moving forward. And I just want to be realistic, is that if you hit a point where it's looking like you can't get this done in a reasonable time frame, resources are stretched. We shouldn't waste resources. So I would encourage it to be kind of a monitored progress on it, where at each stage you make a decision based on where you are and where you're likely to end, and say, yeah, it's still worth going forward with this thing, and we can actually get to somewhere that people will get some benefit from this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fina. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fina. I think this idea has been talked about a bit in the hallway, and clearly we have an AP motion discussing it. When you talk about like whether it is worth it or worth the work, and what would be a meaningful increase, and I know you're referencing the big increase in the survey that we didn't get incorporated into this draft tax setting process. What would be meaningful? Do you have any idea of what that kind of, if it's a 5% increase, is that meaningful? If it's a 20% increase, is that meaningful? And my second question is on the timing, because I do think you put out a pretty unrealistic time frame. Is there a time at which it's too late? I believe all sectors use COD and they all use them at different times, but those are my two questions.
Yes, Madam Chair. I guess in response to the second question, it's the easier one. I would just suggest April 1st, something like that is the latest you would want to go with it, somewhere around there, based on the conversations I've had with people. And then in terms of the number that you should use as a threshold, the number that jumps to mind that like would be a nice, 20 would be great if we could get that. That clearly would be worth it. 15 would be worth it too. I think clearly would be a thumbs up. And, you can watch Julie behind me when I say maybe the breaking point is somewhere between 5 and 10. I don't know. And you guys can take the signal. I didn't even get to see it. But anyway, that's my best guess at the moment. And after I talk to Julie, I probably can give you a better guess.
Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks, and everybody have a great holiday.
You too.
And thanks for all the work to both the council and the staff. And that includes all the agency staff.
Thank you, Mr. Fina. Next up is Ben Lay, followed by Ernie Weiss.
Hello, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Ben Lay. I'm representing the Peninsula Fishermen's Coalition. I guess to start off here, I'd like to just say thanks. I mean, listening to this presentation, there's multiple agencies and entities that have worked under a condensed timeline here to present information and more information than I thought we would see. So I guess in the spirit of that, I'd like to just commend everybody on the efforts so far. And then I guess in the same feeling there, I'd like to support our letter that we submitted here and ask the council to move forward to update the Gulf of Alaska, just kind of like Mark just said, preferably the COD, I guess, with the sound information there for the 2026. And it looks like, like Mark just said there, I guess as an industry stakeholder, I would say there's no percentage too small. I mean, when you look at what this TAC is going to be for 2026 moving forward, 5,318 metric tons for cod. You know, when we have 20 boats or more than that, probably 30 boats competing for a 4 million pound GHL in the state water, and then in the trawl sector, probably the same thing for a 3 million pound. You know, every pound is extremely important. And you look at the current markets. I mean, this is for the time I've been doing this, which is now 20 years. This is the best cod market that I've ever seen. And unfortunately, if we can't see a realized gain in the stack or in the tax that the surveys show, I feel like it's a disservice to our industry. So I guess on the timeline moving forward there, we would support and ask that the council move forward as quickly as possible. I mean, even if, and I don't really like to put an expiration date on that for the fact that this quota or this TAC, if it was approved and amended and increased, whether it got in time to execute these winter fisheries or not, you know, the reallocation still gives somebody in the Gulf an opportunity in the fall. And we support that. Although we do support it done as soon as possible. I loved the suggestion of a February timeline. I don't know how realistic that doesn't sound like that's maybe realistic, but even in March, you know, as we're still out there and fish are aggregated and valuable, we would still absolutely encourage and very much support an opportunity late versus not at all. And I know that was maybe a little bit rambling and all over the place there, but I guess that's what I want to do and refer everyone to the letter that we did submit with the industry stakeholders, the community stakeholders, and then obviously the fishermen from the Gulf, specifically the Western Gulf. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Lay. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Lay, for your testimony. And I just wanted to confirm whether the folks you're representing fish cod with both pots and trawl, and whether both of those gear types it would be helpful to have cod even if it was in the B season.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, we do fish multiple gear types there, pots and trawl. Ideally, you know, obviously the trawl sector, we would much rather see this in the A season. And, you know, even through March, there's opportunity, and even into early April, you know, at some point, the cod are not aggregated to the levels that we want to avoid bycatch and maximize value and all those factors. But yes, even then in the B season, I mean, when you look at that there is opportunity, and in the pollock fishery, we do have the pollock fishery. This fall or last fall, we were actually bleeding cod during that pollock fishery. And if there is a directed fishery, you know, we're not it would be advantageous to us. But even if that sector gets reallocated to the pot sector, we could still pursue that way. So yes, we encourage any opportunity. Like I said, we'd much rather prefer late than not at all, but we would absolutely like to see it done absolutely as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lay.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Ernie Weiss, followed by Jim Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Ernie Weiss. I work as Natural Resources Director for the Aleutians East Borough. Aleutians East Borough is situated between the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea on the Alaska Peninsula and eastern Aleutian Islands, including the communities of Akitan, Cold Bay, False Pass, Nelson Lagoon, Sandpoint and King Cove, and the processing plant at Port Muller. We support the AP motions, particularly motion 2. The borough signed on to the letter that the previous testifier mentioned, along with harvesters, processors, and communities in the Western Gulf, requesting an expedited look at recent stock assessments. And hopefully you consider that recent data for Gulf of Alaska pollock and cod. Pollock and cod are some of our most important species that are delivered to our inshore plants that contribute to our fish tax. But more importantly, it's what these fisheries mean to our local small boat fishermen and those families. So that's all I have. I appreciate your time and I can take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weiss. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I mean, you had fairly brief testimony, Mr. Weiss, but how, I guess my question is, how important is cod to AEB communities and the fishermen that deliver there?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. It's particularly important, has been in the most recent years. We've got salmon, cod, and pollock, I guess, recently have been our most important as far as fish tax. And it's really important to the small boat fishermen locally. It's critical, actually. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up is Jim Armstrong, followed by Chelsae Radell. Oh, there he is.
Greetings, Madam Chair. Jim Armstrong for FLC. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and want to thank the SSC and the Council for their thoughtful consideration of Gulf of Alaska stocks, especially Pacific cod. In our written and oral comments to the SSC, we requested that they inform the Council their support for a technically sound adjustment to the 2026 Gulf Pacific cod ABC. Our intent was not to prescribe a particular method, but rather to be amenable to any scientifically defensible approach that would allow the latest survey and catch data to be incorporated in a way that best aligns with agency capacity and timelines. We fully trust the assessment author and the SSC to determine the most appropriate and achievable pathway. So I guess I could do sort of like Ernie, because you've heard all this several times, and I don't probably need to tell you that the survey went up and ABC is scheduled to go down. So I'll just address some other things here. Some questions have been raised about the survey redesign and missed stations. For a widespread species like cod, we are confident that the assessment author and whatever review process is called for can appropriately evaluate whether those factors meaningfully influence interpretation of the results. There was also discussion about the differing signal from the longline survey. As described in the SAFE chapter, that survey with its shallowest station at 100 fathoms is really designed for sablefish in deeper waters. It can complement, but doesn't necessarily index Gulf cod biomass, particularly outside of warm years. For this reason, the trawl survey remains the most reliable and stable indicator for Pacific cod. I observed that several members of the SSC expressed frustration by the absence of tools to upwardly adjust harvest limits at this meeting. We appreciated Ms. Kimball's exchange with Dr. Foy during his report and were particularly encouraged by his statements indicating, albeit unofficially, I think he said, that the signal on cod from the survey does appear to be the product, does not appear to be the product of a single or small number of outlier stations. We thank him for his willingness to direct work on the assessment early in 2026, and we thank the SSC, as usual, for all their hard work at this meeting. So, bottom line, FLC endorses the AP motion and respectfully encourages the Council to request the Science Center provide an adjustment to the Gulf cod ABC for 2026. Gulf cod and perhaps pollock as well seem to call for at least consideration of an exceptional management response in order to at least prevent harvest limits from decreasing next year when there's strong evidence that biomass has increased possibly quite a bit. An updated ABC would recognize the new information on stock conditions. We believe this is an excellent opportunity to align management with current science in a manner that benefits all cod sectors. This also provides the council with an opportunity to respond with to the increased demand for cod that has occurred recently in the Gulf, especially in the Western Gulf, where that demand resulted in Board of Fish action in October. In a sense, an updated 2026 ABC would allow federal participants to recoup some of their losses associated with the 5% increase in the South Alaska Peninsula GHL. And that's my testimony. FLC thanks the council for all you do on behalf of Alaska's offshore fishing sectors, and wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Armstrong. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. And I think you noted in your testimony that your written letter is pretty vague on the process used, but that you did support a scientifically defensible approach. And so I think what's been clear through this process and all the SSC's work is the only scientifically defensible approach is to do a full stock assessment for cod. So I just want to confirm that you're still supportive of taking that step. Okay.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, we're trying to be as practical and results oriented as possible about this, and realistic. And I think the concern is maybe the timeline. And so, you know, if there is another approach that's quicker, I think I heard Dr. Foy say in his response to you that he wasn't comfortable with, you know, say a half measure that might be available in February. But I communicate with the assessment authors throughout the year quite a bit, and pretty impressed with, you know, how squared away and ready they are to just, you know, crank these things out. I think getting the assessment done is not going to necessarily be time consuming, but as Dr. Foy said, you know, a big change in the survey may destabilize the assessment, and then that may take a little bit of time to sort out. But hopefully it can be done. You know, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. So next up is Chelsae Radell, followed by Julie Decker.
Good morning, Madam Chair again, and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Chelsae Radell, Policy Specialist for Processing at Pacific Seafood, and I live and work in Kodiak. Gulf pollock and Pacific cod are key species for us in Alaska, and they anchor our operations so we can continue to keep the lights on and operate for smaller volume fisheries. My testimony today isn't just on behalf of Pacific as a company alone, but also on behalf of our employees, our vessels of all sectors, and the coastal communities that we are a part of. We want to thank everyone, including the agency, SSC, AP, and council, for all their efforts to go above and beyond to answer questions and ensure a transparent, robust specification process based on the best scientific information available as required by MSA, despite the unfortunate lapse in appropriations. Pacific Seafood supports both AP motions for Gulf specs, realizing that the first motion, finalizing the 2026 and 2027 tax, are the best available information at this meeting. And we also support the council's exploration of updating both Gulf pollock and cod in early 2026 and for adjustments in 2026. We've had a lot of conversations this week and understand the concerns that the pollock biomass increase as shown in the bottom trawl survey flyer hauls. Based on what the fleet is seeing, we don't have any stock concerns, and every pound of pollock really does matter to Kodiak and the Gulf, particularly in what looks to be a leaner salmon year. So we respectfully still ask that the council explore an updated pollock assessment, but understand that what comes out of it may not be in our favor. For Pacific cod, it sounds like the increase in the biomass shown in the survey is real, and this also shows what sectors have been seeing on the grounds for a couple of years, since we still only have a stock assess or a bottom trawl survey in the Gulf every other year. An update to that assessment would benefit all sectors, and while we understand it would take a few months to be available, the general consensus is any time that it could be available is worth it, even if it's only for bee season. I would also note that a couple of years ago when salmon was lean, the Central Gulf jig cod fishery opens June 10th, and they were fishing on it when they couldn't go get salmon. So I still think that it would increase opportunities for vessels of all sizes. And finally, I would just note that this request is in line with the Executive Order 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. Our seafood industry can't be competitive, nor are coastal communities whole, if we don't have annual updates to the best scientific information available. So I'll wrap my testimony up there, but would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Radell, for your testimony. I'm pretty clear on your testimony in support of the AP motions. My question might be a little more difficult. I understand the focus has been on trying to think through the implications of trying to make the updated stock assessment and any potential adjustments happen in an expedited timeframe. As a council, how do we think through the implications of shifting work to do this new, very important, potentially thing? And how have you thought through how we evaluate the cost of shifting the resources that we would need to do this, and how we factor that in, and how we get your input as industry representatives as we go, if we go through this process like you're suggesting?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. Yes, I've thought about that, and I have sort of a two-part answer. I have had conversations with multiple stakeholders, and in terms of just the staff capacity of the Science Center, if they're doing this work, what it would delay for additional updates or tweaks and additional things that they want to work on, including changing apportionments. We currently, the Gulf has been struggling so much that everyone I have talked to is still in support of getting that updated information this year, even if it delays additional tweaks. Although it sounds like since now the best scientific information would be a full stock assessment, so I don't know which, to what extent we would be losing trade-offs. As for the larger timeline and process here, I do think it would be helpful or important if the council and the agency could find some way before deciding to schedule additional meetings to review these, to provide some number to industry to say, is this number worth it? I don't have a great idea on the regulatory process for that, or how public notice would have to be provided or not. But I do think that, industry and this body, we all are continuously communicating. And so we will be there at every step that anyone needs information from us or support to make this happen. It's that important to the Gulf. If that answers your question.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Radell. My question is about you mentioned that there were vessels utilizing the cod tack with jig gear that had been displaced by salmon, lack of salmon harvest. And I wondered if you could provide any more information about that, like how many vessels about, really just any information would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, through the chair. I can't speak directly for the cod, but that for the cod sector in terms of like the number of vessels, but I do remember looking at catch reports and seeing that increase in harvest. And I believe there was also harvest in the state jig cod fishery, if I'm remembering correctly. And jig for the last few years has actually been reaching their quota in the Central Gulf, which hadn't happened for a long time due to the stock collapse. So there you do see when you're looking at catch information consistently throughout the Gulf that people are pivoting. There may be some people that aren't available and aren't going to come back. But particularly when certain species are down or struggling, every pound of everything matters. And I think Gulf fishermen have to be really adaptable.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Julie Decker, followed by Linda Behnken.
Good morning, Council. My name is Julie Decker. I live in Wrangell, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Pacific Seafood Processors Association. PSPA is a trade association that represents shore-based and mothership seafood processors, operating 50 facilities in about 22 communities across Alaska. PSPA members also include the processors that process groundfish in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska, both onshore and on motherships. I'd like to thank the council staff and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center for their work that they did to both summarize the process for tax setting for this year and the information that we have to support the process this year. I understand that the October specifications are our best source of complete information right now. However, as other testifiers have mentioned, Pacific cod and pollock are the two fisheries that are the most important to harvesters and processors of all sizes, as well as the communities in the Gulf of Alaska. You know, the stock surveys were up, and these are notable increases for stocks in a region that does not get an annual survey. So I want to make that point. Therefore, PSPA supports both the AP motions as well as the letters from the Peninsula Fishermen's Coalition and the Freezer Longline Coalition. We support updating the assessment for these two stocks in the Gulf of Alaska and trust you all to work out the details. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Decker. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Linda Behnken, followed by Jamie O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Linda Behnken, Director of Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, and testifying on their behalf. We recognize that the government shutdown precluded completion of stock assessments this year, and that the council, NOAA, and AFC staff have worked really hard to allow the specification process to be adequately supported and fisheries to open despite these challenges. We thank everyone for this outstanding effort. It is truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, we approach this year's spec process with increased uncertainty and urge extra precaution. I listened carefully to the SSC rationale for largely discounting, at least at this point, the 2025 Gulf of Alaska survey numbers in exchange for heavy reliance on the 2024 stock assessments. Given the recorded species shift in survey from rockfish to flatfish, the magnitudes and declines of certain long-lived species, and the relative recent stock crashes we've experienced in the North Pacific, I have to say I was surprised. Clearly, they are the experts, but I do wonder if we're actually managing with precaution, actually anticipating the increasingly unpredictable state of our environment and actually accept as possible the signals of trouble before yet another stock goes down. Recognizing you will likely follow the SSC, I will say this. If you choose to complete the Gulf, Pacific cod, and pollock stock assessments, because the raw survey data looks like you might be able to raise the TACs and ABCs there, then please also complete the Gulf POP and short raker stock assessments, where those TACs might need to go down. I will point out that the ABC for short raker was exceeded by 172 metric tons in the Central Gulf in 2025, which means 172 metric tons of fish that can live to be 120 years old were discarded dead, and also that the survey showed a 21% decline in the species. We're worried about Gulf rockfish stocks, particularly Gulf short raker and POP, and urge that you prioritize these two stocks for the 2026 assessment cycle. Relative to sablefish, we continue to support conservative management of sablefish and will not ask for a TAC increase despite the strong fixed gear results from the 2025 survey. We support the TAC reduction included in the AP motion. It's not an increase, but at least it's not another, sorry, it's a small decrease, but at least it's not another increase. Our members continue to be concerned by the amount of pressure on a stock that still has a very truncated age structure and where we have a high exploitation of the stock continuing in the Bering Sea. As you know, in the past, large year classes of sablefish have historically shown up in the Bering Sea before moving into the Gulf. We are concerned with the big decline that we saw in the Gulf sablefish trawl survey this year, that may be a sign that that migration into the Gulf is not as strong as we were hoping it would be. As we've repeatedly testified, the council's management of sablefish over the last 6 years has really undermined the value of this resource, and allowing for that trawl targeted fishery on sablefish in the Bering Sea has had a huge impact on our markets. We're just climbing out of that hole at this time, and we urge that the council continue to be extremely conservative with this stock. Finally, given the depressed state of many PSC bycatch species, we ask that the council explicitly consider the bycatch implications of the proposed TAC specifications. There are known bycatch consequences of shifting TAC between different fisheries. We believe the council should openly consider it and estimate those impacts prior to finalizing your TAC specifications. We're particularly concerned about halibut at this time, given that the spawning biomass of halibut is at historic low levels. Again, we ask that you consider the bycatch implications of potential tax prior to finalizing your annual spec recommendations. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Behnken. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So Jamie O'Connor is next, and Hannah Heimbuch will be our last testifier.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair Drobnica and members of the council. My name is Jamie O'Connor. I'm a fifth-generation salmon harvester from Bristol Bay and Homer, and Deputy Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. AMCC is a statewide organization representing small-scale and independent fishermen, marine scientists, and coastal and in-river residents working to sustain Alaska's fisheries, marine ecosystems, and fishing-dependent communities. First, I want to acknowledge the difficult conditions we're all working under: ecological, economic, and administrative. These challenges touch every part of Alaska's fishing system. We have not hesitated to join and persist in the call for resources dedicated to our data collection, fisheries infrastructure, and NOAA fisheries staff. AMCC maintains deep respect for the council's long-held value of science-based management, and we want to support the council in continuing to lead in its efforts toward that standard. Our testimony today is not about saying that the science is wrong. Rather, it's about recognizing that the science may be incomplete for the environmental uncertainties that we are now facing. The ecosystem is changing faster than the tools we currently use to understand it. We have risk tables that offer warnings, but we lack mechanisms to ensure that those warnings translate into management actions when the ecosystem is signaling stress. As AMCC detailed in our written comments, attack can be biologically sustainable for one species, but ecologically unsustainable for the ecosystem that surrounds it. The science tells us this. We now know that both pelagic and non-pelagic trawl gear cause persistent damage to benthic habitats that juvenile crab, halibut, forage fish, and groundfish depend on. We also now know that decades of bycatch removal have cumulative impacts on salmon, crab, and halibut productivity, even when each year's removals seem small when viewed in isolation. And that's a central point. Ecosystems and communities do not experience impacts one calendar year at a time, but our accounting frameworks do. The groundfish systems show us through snow crab, pribilof, blue king crab, GOA cod, and more that collapse arrives long before we see it in the TAC. The ecosystem signals its concerns early: recruitment failures, warming-driven habitat compression, declining forage quality, seabird die-offs, changes in distribution. Many of these warnings have appeared in the Council's ecosystem status reports and risk tables. Yet, because our system lacks thresholds for action, these tools often stay descriptive instead of protective. We believe the Council can evolve the system before another crisis forces us to. One way to do that is by ensuring that indicators like habitat condition, forage availability, bycatch trends, and climate stressors meaningfully influence tax setting. Another essential part of building this complete picture is ensuring that Indigenous knowledge, subsistence observations, and local small boat fishing knowledge are treated as equal partners to industry data. These knowledge holders do not get furloughed. They do not disappear when budgets tighten. They observe the ecosystem year-round across generations, from river mouths to offshore grounds. Their lived experience provides the temporal depth that annual models cannot. Leaning into this knowledge is not a symbolic gesture. It is a practical necessity if we want to understand how habitat, climate, food webs, storms, and fishing activity are interacting on the water. We are proud to be part of a region that is globally recognized for responsible fisheries management. Our request today is simply this: continue to lead, continue to evolve. Let Alaska be the place where ecosystem first management and fishing opportunity coexist. Thank you for your time and for your service to Alaska's fishing communities. AMCC stands ready to work with you to support a resilient future for our fisheries, our habitats, and our people.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. That was all encompassing, Ms. O'Connor, but my question is really about, I appreciate your comments about the risk tables, because we're always in a place of trying to improve both that process and the product. And so I guess I see it differently, that it truly is something affecting management or decision-making, because it basically incorporates any risk, the type of risk that you described, in a place where we couldn't in the assessment. We haven't accounted for it in the assessment or the tier structure. So it's a good place to then translate that into a number by which we reduce the ABC. And so I wanted to hear if you had a different maybe assessment or a way in which we could use the risk tables that would seem more meaningful, I guess, to you. Because right now, all we use them for is further reductions from ABC. And I think we use them quite often, but we are in a constant state of improvement. So sorry for the long question, but if you see other opportunities there or ways in which we can improve that process, I would like to know.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I really appreciated your comments previously about how much the risk tables are impacting decision-making. I thought that was encouraging to hear. And I think as we were considering how the risk tables are integrated, we were seeing maybe a lack of formalization of that process. And as we continue to integrate them into decision-making, I think a better understanding of how they're used in decision-making by the public would be helpful. And I'm also happy to head back to my team and come back to you with a more detailed point by point on that as well. Yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. O'Connor, for your testimony. Earlier in your testimony, you mentioned shifting our thinking from single species tax to more of an ecosystem approach, and recognizing this spec cycle is very limited in what we can do.
Yeah.
Can you give us some more specifics about what you have in mind?
Thank you. And through the chair, thank you, Ms. Cohen. That's a big question, and one that I really appreciate that this body is willing to wrestle with. I think traditionally we have looked at single species and single year data sets to try and make big decisions, and we're trying to add a more holistic ecosystem approach as we go. And I'm really encouraged to see that continue to be integrated along with some of the other elements that I mentioned and local and traditional knowledge. I think that as we look at the spec setting process, if there were ways to again formalize the integration of that holistic approach, we may be better able to adapt to some of the rapid changes that we're seeing in the ecosystem. And I think some of the concerns that we're seeing in the missing data from this year, or the missing analysis of that data from this year, is how quickly we are seeing that ecosystem shift, and fear that we're not able to adequately respond, and hopeful that we can move from a stance of response to proactive action.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Hannah Heimbuch is our last testifier. I think she's joining us remotely.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, council members. For the record, my name is Hannah Heimbuch, testifying on behalf of the under 60 cod harvesters. I really appreciate the efforts from both council staff and Science Center staff to adapt to shutdown impacts as best they can. This is a really different kind of situation. I'm aligned with the comments from other Pacific cod sectors, as well as with those that are urging caution. We heard from staff that there is limited capacity to update stock assessments between now and next year's specs process, but I do think that the AP's motion gives a good pathway to address what we can. So I support the council identifying species that saw a substantial survey change, whether that's up or down, and requesting that a narrow list of updated stock assessment components come back in early 2026 for consideration of in-season adjustments. In the case of Gulf cod, we know the survey shows a substantial increase in biomass. Like you've heard for others, I think for all stakeholders in the Gulf, this is an important shift, especially considering the stress of years of low tax following the Gulf crash. And it would be very impactful for Gulf communities and fleets if the council had the opportunity to request an updated assessment and consider that correlated change. I think in some areas, it would make a big difference to individual vessels, families, and small communities that are really relying on that. I want to emphasize again, though, that I'm not suggesting that we only address species that show a potential for increase. I also think we need to consider ways to address situations where substantial decreases are likely. We saw survey declines in POP, sablefish, and rockfish. I know we do have limited capacity to update assessments, but I think we can use an additional approach in cases where we're seeing those strong signals of decrease. I think in the North Pacific overall, in the Gulf especially, we have too much experience in stock crashes to ignore these kinds of signals. And I think there's more than enough documentation to put a little precaution in place. So in those cases, I would urge the council to utilize the very well-established practice of putting buffers in between ABC and TAC to account for that increased uncertainty. And around this, there's been a lot of discussion around best available science. How do we use it? How do we apply it? I think part of utilizing the best available science is sometimes responding to the information we know very well that we're missing from final reports. And in the case of potential increases, we can respond to that incomplete assessment by prioritizing an update and only increasing once we verify it's warranted. I think that's how we address opportunity. In the case of likely decreases, we can respond to that incomplete assessment by exercising precautionary principles until we have more information. And that's how we address risk and uncertainty, which is just as important as addressing the opportunity we see in Gulf cod and pollock. So I think this is a situation in which we can use both best available science and good sense to execute responsible management in these very different scenarios. And again, appreciate your council's willingness to talk through these difficult things and the staff's ability to address them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Heimbuch. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Heimbuch, for your testimony. And I appreciate you mentioning this precautionary approach for the stocks that might need or that are showing some decrease. We heard from the SSC that there's no conservation concern for any of the stocks coming through the system, but can you speak a little bit more to why you think these need a precautionary approach? I think you mentioned that they have a significant enough decrease from the summer survey that they might warrant that, but I just want to make sure that's right.
Through the chair, Yes, I think just following the standard protocol for how we set tax, like we respond to increases and decreases in survey data with increases and decreases in catch limits. And so I don't think that the threshold should be reaching an alarm bell conservation concern level in order to respond with what we know is practical and responsive steps for the changing biomass. And so, yes, I do think it's warranted, and I do think it aligns with the normal process for setting catch limits.
Thank you. Any further questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. And I don't know, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Heimbuch. I wanted to ask about the timing, particularly with doing a stock assessment for Pacific cod, and if that was done in 2026 to adjust the ABC and thus TAC, if it came about late in the year, whether that would still be of benefit to your members, or if only an early season increase is of benefit.
To the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the question. I do think even a late increase would be beneficial. A lot of my members fish B-season cod in the Gulf and would take advantage of that opportunity. If there was increased opportunity there, I think that would actually be really positive. A lot of times that's an important period for vessels kind of getting through until the next A season begins. And I think there's also, small local fleets in the Western Gulf that would participate in those opportunities as well.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So that concludes public testimony on C4. So let's take a 15-minute break, come back at 11:25 and see what the council would like to do as far as action. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience with the extended break. We've completed our staff presentations and public testimony on C4, and we're ready to take action. I'll ask council what their wishes are. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion on C4. And the motion reads, the council adopts the 2026 and 2027 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and the tax shown in Table 1. The tax for both Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fisheries. The Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod adjustments for state water GHL fisheries are shown in Table 2. The tax for Gulf octopus has been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fishery. The council adopts the 2026 and 2027 annual and seasonal Pacific halibut PSC limits and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as provided in tables 3, 4, and 5. And the council adopts the 2026 and 2027 halibut discard mortality rates for the Gulf of Alaska as shown in table 6. And if you can be online, all the tables are following the written motion. For the second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I will try to be brief, Madam Chair, but I think it does deserve some rationale. I hope folks had an opportunity to listen to the SSC discussion or review of their report with us, because it really stems from the process that they went through in order to provide the tax and the ABCs and the OFLs that we have in the sheets in the motion. This is clearly from their report, the best scientific information available at this time. That's our requirement. I'm reminded that means the most credible, vetted, and peer-reviewed and public information, and that's what we have before us today to set catch limits for 2026 and 2027. And even though, as we've said umpteen times, that we don't have updated stock assessments for the subset of species that we expected to have this year, the council's most recent and complete peer review process for groundfish assessments occurred in September through December 2024. The assessment products coming out of that process are documented in the groundfish safe reports that we have, and they included projections for modeled stocks for 2025 and 2026. The SSC report reminded us that the September plan team meeting also provides an opportunity for plan teams to flag if there are any indicators, preliminary results from surveys, or ecosystem status report information suggesting some concern may have arisen for stocks. There weren't any concerns identified in that September-October process. And just to summarize, I think our best information was summarized and reviewed at the SSC in large part due to council staff putting that together. And then the SSC did just a tremendous job reviewing all this information stock by stock in preparation for this meeting to ensure they're approving precautionary OFLs and ABCs using the best available information, which is their primary task under MSA. I'm also reminded through listening to the SSC discussion and in some of their written report that the groundfish harvest control rules are inherently precautionary. There's a lot of built-in mechanisms to account for scientific uncertainty there, and that the SSC's job at this meeting was really looking at, are there further reductions that they should do from max ABC to ABC in order to put tables in front of us for this meeting. And so I hope folks had an opportunity to listen to the SSC go through that process and evaluate all of the information in order to provide these numbers. I think it's difficult for us to set 2027 numbers at this time, of course, but that's what we do every year for good reason, set 2-year specs. And I think we had an opportunity through the council staff presentation to understand why that is. Without the annual 2-year process, it wouldn't be possible to have final harvest specifications recommended in December in time to open fisheries in January. So I think we've emphasized clearly that the 2027 numbers are really a placeholder. We expect to have stock assessments next year to replace all of those numbers. So I didn't want anyone to be alarmed by the fact that they are consistent with the 2026 numbers. We fully expect to have a process that would supplement and exchange those numbers based on the best available information in December of next year. I think that's all I have. I was pretty clear, as we are every year, about where state water adjustments were made, and staff was clear about that in the presentation with the increase in the state water Western Gulf cod fishery. So that's been deducted appropriately. I think we're still considering whether the octopus deduction has to happen, but that is incorporated into this motion. And I just hope council members feel free to answer questions, but this really does stem directly from the SSC work. And in the Gulf, where we don't have a million metric ton cap on top of it, we really try to set tax equal to ABC where we can. I feel really confident in the process that happened this year, especially under all of the constraints that we had. And I think we received some really strong public testimony and AP recommendations that support this motion.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. And I think you mentioned this in your rationale for the motion. I just want to get some clarification based on public testimony. We heard some concern over, I think it was sablefish, POP, and short raker, potentially some other rockfish. But I think I heard you say that was considered in the risk tables that the SSC put forward.
Yes, I thank you for the question, Ms. Goen. I know we just got that written report today, but it was clear the SSC went through for each species, and those in particular, and looked at all the available information, and their only path was to decide whether an additional buffer from max ABC should be added, whether to include a buffer or to do a further buffer than the previous number. And so I feel I'm not going to second guess the SSC's work to do that, and so that they adjusted any numbers down that they needed to. I appreciate that. I realize, and I potentially have a second motion, that they didn't have any opportunity to adjust anything up, a stock assessment, but they were able and went through the process of looking whether anything needed to be adjusted down, and that occurred for every species.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be very brief. I just really want to appreciate, as always, Ms. Kimball's work on the Gulf harvest specifications, as supported by the large group of people that contributed to it, particularly in this very difficult year. And so that includes staff at the Science Center and council staff in particular for helping the SSC, which I agree did an outstanding job in following through the process this year and providing recommendations that were very well supported and systematically identified. So thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it, and I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments? And seeing none, thank you for your work on this, Ms. Kimball, as well as your extensive rationale. And we will take a roll call vote. Ms. Evans.
So this is a roll call vote for council final action on C4 Gulf of Alaska groundfish final harvest specifications as recommended. So that'd be for OFL, ABC, TAC, PSC, and DMRs as recommended in the tables in the motion. Beginning with Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Pamplin.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
Yes.
Ms. Drobnica.
Yes.
That motion passes 11-0.
Any further action on C4? Ms. Kimball.
Do you have a second motion? motion reads, the council recommends the Alaska Fisheries Science Center update the Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod stock assessment to include 2025 survey data in early 2026. The agency could report back to the council in February 2026 B reports on the staff capacity, process, and feasibility of completing the assessment, having the SSC establish a new OFL and ABC, and the council recommending a TAC for the 2026 Gulf Pacific cod fisheries. With a second, I'll speak to my motion.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Mueller and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Mueller. Just to be clear, I guess I won't speak to this too much because I assume there'll be a lot of questions. This motion asks for the Science Center to look at updating the Gulf Pacific cod stock assessment to include 2025 survey data to see if it can be completed to replace the harvest limit for Pacific cod that was just passed in Table 1. I think it's been clear, and I've tried to speak to it, but the SSC has it in their minutes better than I could speak to it, is the process at this meeting allowed the SSC to determine whether there were any stocks that needed additional reduction from max ABC to ABCs to ensure appropriately precautionary management. That doesn't require a stock assessment. They had a complete ability to do that and lower ABCs, and they went stock by stock to determine if an additional buffer was needed. It doesn't require an assessment because we can use risk tables for that and account for that uncertainty in that way. But it does result in a lower ABC at times. But there was no process at this meeting, no quantitative approach, no ability for the SSC to recommend an ABC that was larger, any kind of increase, because we didn't have updated stock assessments. And that's the only way in which you could have seen an increase, even if the signal in the survey was very high. And I completely agree with that. And so this is not circumventing any process. This is actually asking for a stock assessment to be done on cod, noting the very big 39% increase in biomass that we saw in the survey this year. I think there are a couple of reasons why cod stands out. I think at the beginning of the meeting, I felt like pollock stood out as well for potential consideration. They're the only Gulf fisheries with such notable positive survey trends, where under our ABCs and TACs that we just passed, they didn't just stay the same, but they're actually reduced, even though we saw a big increase in the survey. The Gulf is surveyed every other year, sometimes not completely at that. The TAC is always set to ABC for these stocks. These are solid and consistent markets, and catch is always near or at total TAC. I think these are also stocks in which an adjustment mid-year doesn't mean any other tax need to change, unlike the Bering Sea, which makes that a more complicated process. And I think what we heard in testimony is these are really important fisheries to Gulf fishermen and processors. Cod is of pretty high value right now, and it's important to every single gear sector in the Gulf as a target. It provides a good chunk of community tax revenue and indirect and support sector benefits to communities. It just really is one of those core species in the Gulf for communities that are really hurting right now. I did not include pollock in this motion, as it turns out, in part because of our discussion with Dr. Foy during the B reports. They've already kind of looked, and the SSC noted it in their minutes, at the increase in the survey. While it was substantial, it was really out of only one station. It didn't think that that would work through the model and provide any meaningful increase. But cod is different. That increase looks to be pretty real. It's broad-based across the survey area, and it could make a meaningful difference to the folks dependent on cod. So I'd be glad to answer questions about what this means, but to be really blunt, what I'm asking for is to look at whether that stock assessment could be done, look at what that starts to look like and whether the process could be completed in time to make a difference to people, and provide some input back at our February meeting. And if the agency comes back and says this is not doable, it's untenable, then we would have the opportunity to pull back. If the stock assessment author, Dr. Foy, comes forward in the B reports in February and says this will make no difference, we've done some preliminary work and it's a minuscule opportunity, new opportunity for people, we would know that and be able to pull back. So I don't actually think it's a significant amount of work aside from the brain power that I'm not going to discount to think through the process. And I'm glad to answer questions on how I could see this play out.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Looks like we have a couple questions. We'll begin with Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the motion. I guess I'm wondering just the ground plan here. So the plan is that the Science Center would come back with information on the feasibility, or not the feasibility, I guess, but what the potential might be in February. But is your intent that the council would take that information and make a decision in February, or that would happen in a special meeting at a later date?
Thank you for the question. I should have spoken to that very important point. No, I do not believe from conversations with the Science Center that a stock assessment could be completed by February. I think that's very clear. I think it's more in the early March timeframe. But I do think there would be enough work done in February to know whether it's worth continuing to pursue. If it was worth pursuing, then I think, yes, we would have to have my thoughts, a virtual short plan team meeting, SSC meeting, and then council meeting to see it through the full specifications process. This is not a shortcut. This is every single step of the process compressed into a different time frame. That's the different part. I hope that answers your question, and others, of course, that know more than I can chime in about the feasibility of that. But I think that you mentioned trade-offs, and that's something that I would expect to get back in the B reports in February as well, the trade-offs.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. And I guess kind of the tail end of your response to Mr. Ritchie regarding trade-offs, and I might have missed part of it as I was looking at the wording of your motion again, but not just the trade-offs for the agency, but the trade-offs for council and SSC resources. I'm really concerned about that, and so I'm a little unclear if that's part of what we would be getting in February to make that evaluation under that report back, or if that's something that then we would consider somehow after that. I'm a little unclear still on process here.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Vanderhoven. I think that would be available for us to have that conversation in February. If you're suggesting that we ask the SSC in particular, that may be part of something that we could do in February. But yeah, that's all I have for that.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the motion. My question is, have we, in my short time here, I don't recall us ever using this kind of a process, and I realize this year is very different, but have we ever done this? I look at it as outside the process a bit. Have we ever used this approach in the past?
Thank you for the question. No, in my experience, and first, in my opinion, this is not at all outside the process. It is all inside the process, which is why it's such a morass and why everybody's all up in arms about it, because it is all within the process, every single step. It's just in a condensed fashion and in an early part of the year as opposed to the fall. So I want to be clear that I see this as incorporating every step of the process. But no, I don't think we have ever, in my understanding, had this situation before. I don't think we've had a situation where we didn't have stock assessments due to a government shutdown either. So it is in response to a strange circumstance. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this is repeating questions others have already asked, but in my mind, I wanted to be sure, using my words, your motion is asking for an evaluation of what would be needed to do the update, bring that back to us in February and tell us possibly what the trade-offs are, but what would it take to do the evaluation and conduct the update? That would come back to us in February, and then we'd get to make decisions from there. Because as I read your motion, the first sentence says recommend doing something. Second sentence looks like an evaluation. Have I got that clear?
Yes, and thank you for the question. And I do think the first sentence recommends doing something, and went back and forth on that language, but I landed on this in part in conversations with the agency, because I don't think we can do the evaluation in February of whether this is worthwhile and feasible without knowing some indication from the results of the assessment. So it is certainly, I have no expectation we would be handed a safe document in February, but there should be some preliminary work to tell us whether this is going to be worthwhile, and that could be brought back in February, just through a verbal report and B reports is my discussion.
Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. Just a clarification on your intent. In addition to the survey data, is the intent that it would also include any 2025 catch data and mortality data as well?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gohan. That's a great question. And yes, it would just be a regular stock assessment that incorporates all the data available. I only brought out the survey data, which I now see stands out as maybe the only thing, because it is what's driving the need for an assessment for the Gulf.
Ms. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. And my question is, the first sentence of the motion very clearly makes a request of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center related to the stock assessment, which you've talked through. The second sentence asks the agency to report back to the council in February. And so my assumption would be that that update would be both from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center on the assessment update that was able to be done by that point. And in terms of the process, I assume that refers to potential implementation options should the council make a recommendation, and that likely would come from the NMFS Alaska region. Am I interpreting that correctly? Just to make sure I'm clear on what the request is for and to whom.
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Baker, thanks for the question. That is exactly the intent. That wording is purposeful. I know this has an effect on the region, and they would be part of the kind of evaluation of whether this is possible, whether it would take an additional rulemaking, whether it could be done through in-season adjustment. Those are all regional questions.
And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the motion. Certainly understand where you're coming from in putting this on the table. So two questions. My first is kind of a follow-up to Ms. Baker's, and that is looking at the second sentence here and your request to the agency. It strikes me that the motion here doesn't really get to what are the effects on council process, on the SSC, on council staff, et cetera. Is that something you have considered here? Presumably that would be important inputs. If this motion were to pass, that would be an important input to council decision-making in February.
Through the chair, yes, thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the question. I guess I was assuming since we are the council, we would hear from council staff, but that is a very good point. And I mean, the motion could be amended to be specific to the agency and council staff, but that is the intent.
Okay, thank you. And then second question, and I realize you've already fielded some questions about trade-offs here. In response to one of them, you noted that the second sentence in the motion here is it's sort of a brain power ask, not a lot of analysis, but just giving some thought to sort of process impacts. And easy to say, but those things do take some time and effort to think through and evaluate implications and scenarios and provide good advice to the council. So I guess I'm interested in your thoughts behind that request, in recognizing that even doing that comes at some trade-off costs for, staff time that's devoted to responding to this that is not available to address other council priorities. So I wonder if you could just speak to that as part of your calculus here.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the kind of question. I do recognize that. I had many conversations to try to assess some of that, and I clearly am not going to have as good assessment as the agency might have if they have a little bit more time to think about the trade-offs, which is why I was hoping for some feedback in February to make that clearer to me and rest of the council members, what might be not able to be done, or if staff are too far at capacity, that this is just too much. But I did not have enough information not to try to put this forward, at least for further discussion. I guess that's what I could say. And I do want to say I appreciate your staff even taking the time to discuss the possible methods and process with me to date. That was very helpful.
Yeah, Ms. Kimball, another question about process. I understand, and I'm sorry if you spoke to this already, but February we'll get some information back to assess the timing of, if we wanted to move forward with a plan team, SSC meeting and council meeting to make any adjustments moving forward. Do you have any feedback, or maybe we would defer to Ms. Evans on kind of placeholders for potential meetings, and understanding we heard a lot from public testimony on the earlier the better if we're going to move forward with this. I think if we wait to make a decision to schedule meetings until February, that's going to push our time frame out quite a bit. So it might not be a question for you, but if you put any thought into that, and then we can maybe defer to Ms. Evans to provide a little bit more context.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought about that a bit. It does seem like, given the notice requirements that are longer now for meetings, that we would have to put some kind of placeholders in place. I mean, if we got an assessment back in March, we'd have to put some placeholders in place for March. And if the signal was that this is not meaningful, we could cancel those meetings. That's all I had thought about. I do hope it's clear that even after that, there's a lot of process to be had in order to get them implemented, even if we did take action on a different set of specifications for Gulf cod. And so I do not have any expectations that this would be in place in March. And I hope the public understands that too. That does not look likely to me in this process. It looks like a later implementation date. But that's what I thought about. We'd have to put something in place as a placeholder for those meetings. And then if the signal in February was not positive or just too much for folks, then we would cancel.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Evans, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think that what I'm taking from this conversation is, if this passes, that you'd be interested in us setting up at least a placeholder for those set of meetings. We would work with the agency to get some better sense of when a final assessment would be ready to be able to bring to a plan team, SSC council, subsequent meetings. And so use that as a gauge for figuring out the timing of when the earliest we could hold a special meeting that would still have the correct information to be able to provide to that. At that point, we'd poll our membership to be able to figure out what timing might work for holding that special meeting. And given we have about 40-day notice, Federal Register notice requirements, so that's kind of the time frame that we'd be looking at. The reason why we would need to be able to plan this before the February meeting, to be able to have all of that coordination and then actually put out the Federal Register notice at whatever time is appropriate, depending on when we could plan the meeting.
Thank you. And we'd likely be looking at a 1 day, half a day virtual meeting. Zoom.
I would assume that we would need to plan, sequential days for the plan team to review, for the SSC to review the council. I'd probably need to consult a little bit with our staff, but it seems like no more than half a day for the SSC or the plan team with respect to those. I think we probably need to figure out the logistics a little bit, but yes, I don't see this as a long meeting.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any comments? Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for bringing this motion forward. You know, I completely agree that the 2025 survey is promising for Gulf of Alaska peacock and how they are rebuilding following the crash, and agree with the importance of this additional opportunity will be to peacock harvest sectors and coastal communities. Further, the rationale in the AP motion and the public comment this morning was very compelling. Our best available scientific information in our stock status summary from 2024 shows that the 2025 biomass is still less than the biomass at MSY, and allowing some time for Gulf of Alaska peacock to continue to rebuild would probably be a good thing. The fish in the survey signal a single data point of many that are used to inform a stock assessment will also be available in 2027. In preliminary discussions, scientists and managers are indicating that yes, it may be possible to perhaps update the harvestable surplus of peacock that might be available for a future in-season adjustment or rulemaking. I appreciate their dedication and wanting to be responsive to council requests. I've been on that side of the table throughout my career in supporting other policy bodies, and the tendency for these dedicated professionals is to say yes. But at what cost, and what are our trade-offs? The professionalism and expertise of the scientific community and the fisheries managers that supports the council's work is remarkable, and their capacity is finite, and it has been reduced. The impacts from the government shutdown weren't just felt in those 40 days or just through this meeting. It will be the gift that keeps on giving for months, if not years, as we continue to reprioritize and move our critical analyses to subsequent years. When I consider the suite of impacts of a 35% reduction in Alaska regional staff, 35%, another 35% reduction in Alaska Fisheries Science Center staff. We don't know yet what restructuring has done and how they're going to align their functions with this new reduced capacity. We still are feeling the impacts of the lapse of appropriations and their continued impacts, as we heard in the SSC report this morning. We've added new work already in June and October as part of the executive order to restore America's seafood competitiveness. We're taking on an incredible body of work, and the resources we have to do this work has radically shifted. As an example, we identified work to resolve the IFQ deduction on bled sablefish, and that isn't proceeding. And my guess is if this were to proceed, this motion were to proceed, that it would move that previous priority that we identified further down the to-do list. In B reports earlier this week, there was a question to the assistant administrator about whether NIMS will be able to get the 2026-27 specs published in the Federal Register by March. We were assured it would be, but until we see the action, I'm hearing from industry grave concern about a process we have previously taken for granted. In addition, as a member of the Finance Committee, I'm cognizant of the Council's budget and the workload of additional meetings that would be required as part of this proposed process. It was noted that after February, we would need a plan team meeting, an SSC meeting, and another council meeting. It isn't just that these are just short half-day meetings. It's just 4 hours. We can find the time. It's all the prep. It's all the public meeting notices. It's extensive work. Just the list of processes identified in the rationale for the motion would occur after the February meeting indicates to me that we won't have the resources to do it. Please don't interpret this as me not recognizing the importance of the potential this additional harvest opportunity has, but I'm cognizant of workload and the opportunity costs that pursuing this idea does to all of our other priorities this body has advanced already. And I'm concerned about a precedent of departing from our usual spec cycle. I appreciate in public testimony the suggestion to monitor the review process. And if the juice isn't worth the squeeze, then we pursue the off-ramp. I'm just inclined to do the off-ramp now, and thus I will be voting no. If this motion does advance, I do hope the right folks can get on a call very soon, map out the work, examine the trade-offs, and do this work and being responsive to the motion before it impacts all of our other priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pamplin. Are there any other comments? Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion.
although I completely appreciate Mr. Paplin's reminding us of our limited resources, and I'm very sensitive to that. I think we're all well aware of a unprecedented time that we're living in currently. And I understand that this may not necessarily fall into the normal realm of how the council has proceeded in the past. I have to emphasize that this is an unprecedented time. And for me, I think about the public comments that we just heard about how important this resource is. And we heard from processors and harvesters on that may be teetering on the verge of collapse, and this may make a difference. So I think, and I really appreciate Ms. Kimball's motion to, try to address if we have that possibility of doing an in-season management, and we get a shot at this in February without apparently, again, being sensitive to our limited resources, a chance to take a look at this, whether it makes any sense or not. But I think it's incumbent upon us as council members to try to be reactive to the needs of our industry. So with due respect, I don't mean to sound argumentative here, but I really appreciate Ms. Kimball's motion here to try to address an issue that was unforeseen by any of us. And so for those reasons, Madam Chair, I'll be strongly supporting Ms. Kimball's motion, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Yes, Mr. Ritchie, then Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, and thank you for the motion. I'd just like to say I think that everyone at this table sits in these seats, and it's not an easy job, but we all sit here to advocate for fishermen and their communities. I just want to acknowledge that Mr. Pamplin certainly has a deeper understanding of the internal workings of processes and agencies and what goes into making a stock assessment than I do. And I appreciate him bringing his concerns. I just see things differently right now, and I think that I will be supporting Miss Kimball's motion, just based on what I've heard from the SSC and what I see in the motion here. I hope that staff is comfortable, and agency staff is comfortable coming to us with honest information about what is possible. And I just have to hope that that's what they do, and that they can't make things too hard for themselves, and that they can advocate for themselves to us too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie and Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for the motion, Ms. Kimball. I can be fairly brief because I'll align a lot of my comments with Mr. Pamplin. And I think I would characterize my thoughts as skeptical at best that what we would get back in February will be favorable to proceeding, and based on just what we've talked about with the trade-off between agency and council and SSC resources and everybody's time, I am not inclined to move forward at this time. And so I also will be voting no.
Thank you, and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for this motion as well. And I will support it. And I just want to appreciate Mr. Pamplin's comments as well. I went through a lot of the same thought processes and share many of those concerns that he spoke to. I'm supporting this motion because I think it is a reasonable step to evaluate what it looks like to potentially move forward on this process. And I appreciate Mr. Curlin's comments that even this request will result in trade-offs in terms of the thinking that will have to go into it, and also the work at the Science Center to update the stock assessment and give us that early indication. I understand that there will be trade-offs, and I also support and understand the previous comments that have taken place, that I expect and hope that the information we received back in February from agency and council staff will identify the trade-offs. Not only is it even possible to go forward to potentially make adjustments to the 2026 Gulf of Alaska PCOD TAC, but if we do that, what then is postponed or potentially dropped? And I think it will be incumbent on the council at that time to carefully evaluate those trade-offs and make a decision at that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just say first that I certainly agree with the comments that Mr. Pamplin made. I think one of the challenges that we're faced with here, and we were talking about it at the break, when you ask the staff, the agency, whoever, the council wants to do something, our tendency, having been on that staff side of things, our tendency is always to say yes. You always try to find a way to do something, and that's typical of how organizations work, and we do that. I think Ms. Baker just kind of clarified for me that if we do this as an evaluation in February, we have to have honest answers from the staff, the agency, and others about what's the workload, what are the trade-offs, to give us an honest ability to do that evaluation. I realize that's a slower process than necessary. I asked Ms. Kimball a couple of questions to clarify, was this evaluation, and I take from that that's really what we're looking for, is an evaluation. My first response was to just say no outright, but I'm going to vote yes because I want to see the evaluation, and I hope that the agency, the staff, and the council staff as well give us an honest evaluation of what it's going to take. We keep saying yes to everything, and I guess not everything, but we keep saying yes a lot, and then we consternation over what we can't do. I hear it at every meeting. We've got to at some place. I 100% agree this is a good thing to do. This would be in a normal situation. This would be something that I would vote for 100%. But we are crunched in our ability with our staff to get these things done and do it in a way that is meaningful and appropriate. So I'm going to vote yes under the clause that when we get it back in February, it's an evaluation of what can we do, not, an honest evaluation. That's important to me. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. I align myself with the comments of Ms. Baker and Mr. Williams. I'm concerned about the trade-offs we're facing, but I think it's worth looking at in February, whether this is worthwhile.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll try not to repeat points that others have made too much, but I am concerned about overall stress on our system, stress on council staff, on the council's budget, even for a virtual meeting, plan team, SSC, Science Center staff, regional office staff, just overall agenda time and opportunity cost for other things that need to get deferred or not done. I've noted at this meeting some things that are already behind from the National Marine Fisheries Services standpoint, behind where we would want them to be. You all are aware of our greatly reduced capacity. I remind everyone about the council's work plan for Executive Order 14276 and the very long list of things on that. Of course, the National Marine Fisheries Service wants to be responsive to stakeholders and to the council's priorities, and we'll always do our best to explore those options and be as responsive as we can. It does come at a cost, not just to my agency, but again, to our whole council system and process. And I think as a general matter, we all need to be really mindful of that and always asking ourselves, is the cost worth the potential benefits? And this is obviously an unfortunate situation given the government shutdown that has put us in this box of not having an assessment that we would otherwise have had. Shutdowns have consequences, and not everything can be internalized. So it's a tough situation. That said, I think what Ms. Kimball has laid out in the motion here is an incremental step. It's an assessment. It's not committing to a process. And so I will support that incremental step. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Sugata.
Yes, thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. Initially, my position was very much along the lines of Mr. Pamplin's, the concern, the stress that I've seen on the system, as Mr. Kurland had pointed out. I certainly, it would have been a hard no had I felt that any scientific process that we currently go through, I guess I first initially thought that this was outside the box, but after hearing Ms. Kimball's comments, I do believe that if all the scientific steps, the assessments, the review, the SSC rigor, if they are completed, I think giving the communities of the industry an opportunity to at least potentially exploit this opportunity is something that I heard loud and clear from the public testimony. That's something that is supported. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Kimball.
Yeah, I just really appreciate the discussion around the table. I appreciate all the comments, even yours, Mr. Pamplin. I really do appreciate that. I just want to put on the table that it is such a hard situation. I don't take lightly the stress that the system is under, or that National Marine Fisheries Service is under. The communities in the Gulf are also under a ton of stress, and I know that's not lost on council members. This is not the Bering Sea. I feel like the Gulf gets the short end of the stick all the time, but cod is very, very important to every sector. Even if this was put in place late, we would hear that the jig sector would benefit, mainly the fixed gear sector in the B season would benefit. I would not have put this on the table if I didn't think it was a real possibility in terms of logistics and meaningful access for communities in the Gulf. But I will be genuinely listening to the report in February to see if that is not the case. So I just appreciate the conversation. I know everyone expected a smoother and shorter C4 item, but thank you for putting the thought into this.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Not seeing any other hands. I really also appreciate all the comments around the table. It's very clear that every single council member is very aware of our resource constraints on a bunch of different levels. And this is a conversation that we've had before, and one that we're going to have to keep on navigating throughout the foreseeable future. I think this, most importantly, setting up kind of a process for how we are determining, how we're looking at trade-offs, how we're determining, reprioritization when necessary, is really fundamental. And I think that the way that this motion is structured does exactly that. And I think that's what I most appreciate about it. And I can see the struggle that we're all having. We're all, I think, very much aligned with our thinking on how to move forward and how to be respective of the resource limitations that we're facing. So, and trying to balance that with providing meaningful access in areas that we can, because we do have a lot of limitations in what we can actually do to affect meaningful change sometimes in this process. So appreciate your efforts, Ms. Kimball, on this, as well as the rationale that you provided. And I guess with that, we'll go to a roll call vote. Ms. Evans.
Members of the council, calling the roll call on motion under C4 to update the Gulf Pequod assessment, or to bring back a report in February regarding updating the Gulf Pequod assessment in early 2026. Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Pamplin.
No.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven, excuse me.
No.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Ms. Goen,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Ms. Dropnika.
Yes.
That motion passes 9-2.
Okay, thank you. Everyone, any further action on C4? Okay. So with that, let's break for lunch, come back at 2 p.m. And we will begin our staff presentation on C5 at that time. Thank you.
People, they say, yeah, I was putting.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. So we are ready to begin our staff presentation on C5. We have Dr. Stram with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. We're on C5 Bering Sea Aleutian Islands specifications for groundfish. Diana Stram, and I'm the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Plan Coordinator. And when I get the PowerPoint pulled up, I can walk through. I will be brief about the data aspect because you've already heard from both the SSC today and Ms. Cleaver during your Gulf specifications as to all of the issues with the data and everything. So I'll just be very quick in reminding you of that. Just in terms of the outline, this is a very abbreviated presentation. I'll just go a quick review again of the information that was available in the specifications process, as well as just a couple high-level stock status and survey information, and then walk through all of the actions for the council in setting final groundfish specifications for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish, including setting your tax, your flatfish reserves, your PSC limits and apportionments, and your discard mortality rates for halibut. And again, as we talked about earlier, this is for the 2 years, 2026 and 2027. As you saw in the presentation for the Gulf, this is something that you saw back in October, and this was what the planned assessment documentations were to be in 2025 prior to the lapse in funding and the government shutdown. So different from the Gulf because of stock prioritization. In this year, we were only intending to have 7 full stock assessments, operational assessments and update, as well as sablefish. You've already taken up sablefish under the Gulf, so that's not included in this document summary. But we would have had full operational assessments for Bering Sea pollock, yellowfin sole, Greenland turbot, northern rockfish, and Bering Sea Aleutian Islands skates, as well as operational updates for the 2 Pacific cod stocks, the Eastern Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands. In lieu of the changes in the fall with no assessments or plan team meeting, all of those now are included in the catch reports that are posted to your agenda. So again, to remind you, the information that was available to inform specifications, there were, again, no new safe reports in 2025 due to the shutdown. We have posted all of the information that we've compiled, including the 2024 safe reports, previous access to other safe reports, our ESRs, ESPs, and any associated information. That includes the review in September by the plan teams and the October SSC review and the proposed harvest specifications. We also have the catch reports for all 22 stocks in the Bering Sea, as well as some limited survey information. And I'll touch on that in just a minute. And then just showing here on the slide are all of these different pieces of information that are available to the council, to the public, to the AP, and to the SSC. And all of these form the basis of the discussion you heard from the SSC this morning on this. In terms of just a brief review of the Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea survey highlights and overall Bering Sea Aleutian Islands stock status. This is just to remind you, when you received this presentation in October, they had just processed the Eastern Bering Sea component, and so we didn't have all of the information at that time. Since then, they have provided some additional information. So just to show you, this is just showing you the extent of the cold pool, and that it was similar to 2022 in its extent, but notably the surface waters and the bottom waters were colder and below the average. Generally, if you're comparing 22 to 2025, fish biomass is generally down relative to that. I would note that at the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands plan team meeting, we did not have the Northern Bering Sea survey data yet. It was still being processed. Since that time, we have received it, and so appended to your agenda where it says EBS and NBS survey, what we've done is using the additional information that we were given from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, included the survey data, snapshots for each of the managed stocks in the Bering Sea. And I just have 2 quick slides on that to give you some additional information. This slide was also available to you in October. You received a quick snapshot. This is only for the Eastern Bering Sea, and what it's providing you is for a subset of stocks, the overall biomass information and the population numbers from the Eastern Bering Sea survey in comparison to 2024. And so where you see the orange is when there were decreases, and in green were the increases. I just pulled 3 of these slides, and these are, again, part of that slide presentation for the surveys that's appended to your agenda, just to show you 3 of the major stocks in the Bering Sea. And this is including the northern Bering Sea biomass. These 3 stocks, Bering Sea pollock, Bering Sea cod, and yellowfin sole, all use both the eastern Bering Sea survey as well as the northern Bering Sea survey in the assessment. So that's what's shown in comparison here. This is just giving you the biomass, so you can see that for eastern Bering Sea pollock at the top, there is a 30% decline in biomass from 2025, and then an increase in the biomass from the 2023 Northern Bering Sea survey. For Eastern Bering Sea cod, a 10% decline in biomass. I would note, if you look at the previous table, there was an increase in the population numbers, so an indication of a lot of very small cod. So the overall biomass is down, but the number of population numbers of fish are well up from the previous year. And then for yellowfin sole, generally it was about a small bump up in the overall biomass, and pretty similar for the population numbers as well. And all 3 of these stocks are above their target stock size, which is what we're showing here. You saw this earlier for the Gulf of Alaska. This is giving you your relative stock size, so your biomass in 2025 in relation to the target BMSY biomass, and comparing with your catch from 2024 to MSY. I would note that that dotted line is at BMSY, so that's for the age-structured stocks, your BMSY is your target biomass. Everything shown on here in the Bering Sea is above the target biomass. I would note that Aleutian Islands cod is not part of this quad plot because of the change in assessment methodology. Last year, we accepted an age-structured model, where before it had been a Tier 5 stock based on survey only. And so right now, the estimate of AI cod is at B24%. If you recall that there's a directed fishery closure if it goes below B20, right now is above B20, but it is at B24. And you will see that when we have a state report next year, you'll see that then plotted on this same plot, but it would be far to the left of that blue dotted line. With that, I'm just going to walk through the action items for the council for Bering Sea specifications. As with the Gulf, you do
Dr.
set.
Stram, sorry to interrupt. We have a question. Ms. Kimball.
Sorry, Dr. Stram, you're going quite quickly. I was back on the slide about the Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea survey. Slide 8, I guess, did you just pick out pollock and Pacific cod and yellowfin sole for any reason other than those being some of our largest stocks, or were those where things were potentially divergent or significant that we should be looking at trends in the Northern Bering Sea as well?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. No, I just picked them out because they are the ones where we do use the Northern Bering Sea survey in the assessment. We did not have any of that survey information at the time in September. So for the SSC, we tried to pull out, we provided a little bit more information on the stocks that would have had an assessment product in this year. And so where we had survey information, we showed them both the trend as well as the change in the numbers. We didn't have equivalent survey information for everything. And then we received this updated Northern Bering Sea comparison just prior to the council meeting, and we're just trying to pull that information in. So I just used those just as examples of ones for which we had new and updated survey information.
Thank you.
Okay, the actions for the council, obviously you're setting the TAC levels for 2026 and 2027. In doing so, you do set the state waters, you account for the state water fisheries for Pacific cod in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and for sablefish. For the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, the Bering Sea's GHL is set at 13% of the ABC, plus an additional 45 tons to the area O. For the Aleutian Islands, currently now, because the state water fishery did not catch its full GHL 2 years in a row, by regulation, that percentage dropped from 35% that you had in last year to 31% of the ABC. I would note that all of the tables that are posted to your agenda are from the proposed specifications. And so if you're looking at the relative TAC levels for Aleutian Islands pot cod, that is using the 35% GHL. So there is additional room if you wanted to raise the TAC that you had in the proposed specifications in 2020 for 2026. the original TAC is 8432 tons. Using the reduced GHL of 31%, the Aleutian Islands TAC for 2026 and 2027 could be increased to 8951 tons. And then the State Waters GHL is set at 5% of the combined Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands ABC in 2026 and 2027. Based on the 2025 GHL fishery, most of the catch was in the is expected to be adjacent to the federal Bering Sea subarea. So the council could consider recommending tax that account for that reduction in that area or across BSAI. Your proposed specifications that you have, this is what's posted to your agenda. Your proposed specifications, again, take into account that 5% reduction for sablefish, but do not take into account the updated percentage due to the reduced GHL in the Aleutian Islands cod. This table on your agenda, the only thing I'm trying to point out here in the red, if you look at the TAC numbers in red for 2025, those are different from the ones that the council established with your motion last December, because those are accounting for, if you see all the footnotes at the bottom, those are accounting for reallocations of flatfish as well as reallocations of pollock from the Aleutian Islands. Just to walk through that really quickly then, this is just showing you the 2025 OFL ABC TAC and catch in comparison to what you set for proposed specifications for 2026. And just to note where some of those changes are if you're looking at the TAC in 2025 as compared to the TAC in 2026. So the change in the TAC for Bering Sea pollock is solely because of a reallocation. That is not a result of any stock increase or decrease. That was set originally at the same level that you had for the 1375 is what it was set at in 2025, but that accounts for a reallocation from Aleutian Islands pollock. The relative decrease in Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands cod is a result of relative stock trends and a decrease in the OFL and ABC. And again, that 2026 does not reflect the Aleutian Island GHL change. Similarly, you saw the decrease in the sablefish. For yellowfin sole, that relative increase that you see is due to the relative reallocation and usage. And then the flatfish numbers generally reflect relative usage and reallocations. Other changes then are a result of balancing the opportunity for increased TAC in some other species based on the declines that you saw in some. The next action that
Dr. Stram, another question. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I'm sorry, and I'm less familiar with the flatfish species, Dr. Stram, but is this how we're doing the tables now, or did I just not notice that we're doing it like this, where we in the 2025 numbers, when I'm trying to compare to 2026, we've included reallocations or whatever you want to call it with flatfish flexibility. I'm finding it very confusing, but I don't know if this is now the new standard and we should just get used to it.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we've had this discussion at this meeting most recently. The reason the tables were the way they are is a staffing change at the in-season management. Normally what we do is we show, and I believe that we will go back to doing this next year, we usually show exactly the motion that the council passed in December, and then we have a footnote that gives you what there's a table that goes below it that gives you all of those reallocations that occurred over the year. So given the fact that I think that this has caused some confusion, we will go back to doing it the way we had been doing it before, with keeping it exactly. That's why I tried to walk through this, is I didn't want it to seem as though you were doing something very different from your motion from last year.
Thank you. That now I understand. Thanks.
Your second action under this is to set the ABC reserves for flathead sole, yellowfin sole, and rock sole. And so in doing so, you consider whether or not you want the ABC surplus, which is the ABC for each of those stocks minus the TAC, and consider whether or not you want to set up a discretionary buffer by reducing the surplus. If you do not set a discretionary buffer, then the ABC reserve is set at the ABC surplus. And just to show you from proposed specifications, this is table 7 that's posted to your agenda. And this just gives you the ABC for each of those species minus the TAC, which gives you your surplus. And then if you decide to designate the entire surplus as the reserve, then that gives you the resulting number of that. And this is under flatfish flexibility so that NIMS can reallocate between those as long as the overall ABC is and the reserve is not exceeded. Next, you're setting PSC limits and apportionments for Bristol Bay red king crab, tanner crab, snow crab, herring, and halibut. I'll start with the halibut PSC limit. As you know from your Amendment 80 ABM action that you took in recent years, you now set the Amendment 80 halibut PSC limit based on the overall estimate of abundance in bands from the IPHC Setline Survey Index in Area 4A, B, C, D, and E, and the Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey Index of halibut. And so those two letters are posted to your agenda from the IPHC and from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And the intersection of those, they are both in the low state. So the intersection of those two results in the PSC limit for Amendment 80 being set at 1,309 metric tons. That is similar to, that is the same as the PSC limit last year. And to remind you for red king crab, then you have a zone 1 limit for red king crab. You can see in the map, the pink is the zone 1, the green that's shown is zone 2. That's used for tanner crab where you set that limit in both areas. Based on the abundance of being above a threshold of 8.4 million mature crab and the effective spawning biomass greater than 14.5 but less than 55 million pounds, that results in a zone 1 PSC limit of 97,000 red king crab, also similar to last year. In tanner crab then, you set a limit in zone 1 and zone 2, again based on banded estimates of the total abundance of tanner crab in those areas, and so those result in it being set at the highest level. So for zone 1, your PSC limit is at 980,000 crab, and zone 2 at 2.97 million animals. And then finally for snow crab, it's based on the estimate of snow crab from the bottom trawl survey. It's actually the estimate of the trawl survey abundance from the assessment model, which is multiplied by a percentage and then minus 150,000 crab, and results in, then has a minimum and a maximum. And so for 2026 then, it is at the maximum, so you are at the 12,850,000 crab. Those are then all reflected in this table 8 to your that's posted to your e-agenda. And I would note the other limit that you set then is for herring, and that limit is 1% of the total estimated herring biomass in the Bering Sea. And that letter was just posted to your agenda yesterday. And I'm trying to hold up. And so that letter was posted to your agenda yesterday, and that provides the mature biomass of herring in the Eastern Bering Sea in order to set the PSC catch limit. So the biomass estimate for the Eastern Bering Sea is 201,451 metric tons, and that represents a 24% decrease from the previous year in 2025. The result of that decrease is due to a change in how that estimate was done. This year, since 2022, we were using a statistical catch-at-age model for the Togiak component of the biomass. In 2023, there was no fishery, and therefore there was no age composition or weighted age information in order to inform that that statistical catch-at-age model. And therefore, starting in 2023, in order to come up with that estimate for Togiak, it relies on the surveys only. And so that's what we started in 2023, is relying only on aerial surveys. In 2024 then, also no fishery, also no catch-at-age model. And so the 10-year median of the sufficiently rated aerial survey biomass was used to estimate the Togiak. And that was what was done last year in reference to trying to find an improved method after the 2023 reliance. Now in 2025, instead of using that 10-year median, it has been switched to using a long-term median since 1981. That's consistent with how the other data poor stocks for herring are all estimated is over that time frame. And so the table then that gives you this, it gives you the, in the bottom of that letter, you have the table that shows you the biomass projections for all of those stocks since 2017. And what you see is that none of the others have changed, that the only change in the biomass estimate has always been a result in recent years of any change in the estimate for Togiak. But that methodology has changed in each of the last 3 years. And then this is the estimate that you have this year. So that results in a PSC estimate that's 1% of that, so 2,015 tons, if you were to use that estimate. And that is apportioned then on Table 9, using that estimate. This is what the relative fishery category apportionments would come to be for herring and then also for red king crab. Bristol Bay red king crab is open this year, and therefore you do set 25% of your total red king crab trawl limit for the red king crab savings sub-area for non-pelagic trawl gear. So that's what's reflected in Table 9.
Dr. Stram, we have a question for you. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. This is a pretty dramatic change to the herring biomass estimate, and I get that there's a change in the methodology. It seems pretty data poor without the surveys and the biological data going in, and I probably don't know as much about herring as I should. Do we have, and looking at the letter, I don't see, do we have any information about like the confidence intervals on that estimate with it being data poor that way? I guess I'm having just gotten the letter. I'm a little unclear on just how confident we are with the new method and the new number that results from that.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, we don't have any confidence intervals on that. I don't see we also just received this letter yesterday. I believe in the previous years, we had received a listing of which of the surveys were in place over that time to get a better idea of the relative variability. I don't see that included in the letter this year. I can look and see if it was included in the previous letter. I think we had more information on which surveys it was drawing from and which years that they were active, but I don't see that included in this one.
Thank you. I guess I just wasn't sure if you had any additional information from the letter, having fully recognized that we just got it.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I'm afraid I don't know.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Dr. Stram, though, is the upshot that we're treating the Togiak stock as if we have the same level of information as all of those other stocks because we missed a couple of years of a fishery?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's how I would assume it. We are now, based on how this is being done this year, differently from last year and differently from the year before, it's being treated as if it were as data poor as the other stocks and drawing from the aerial surveys from 1981. That's what really results in the large change from last year's, because it now dropped into being assumed to be as data poor as those.
So then that extends, I'm sorry, I'm just following and found the letter. Instead of using a 10-year median, we're using estimates back to 1981. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct. Madam Chair, then your next table 10 gives you the PSC bycatch allowances for the trawl limited access sectors and the Pacific Cod trawl cooperative programs. And those are shown listed in your table 10. I would also point out for table 9, once you have the PSC limit that you're using for herring in table 9, you're then apportioning it to fishery categories. That is something that the council can modify from that table. It's set based on in-season management's estimate of the relative usage, but that's something that you can move across categories as well. And then this gives you the halibut PSC allowances for the non-trawl fisheries in Table 11. And then finally, Table 12, you did already move these in your proposed specifications, but this just gives you, again, the halibut discard mortality rates that are updated for 2026 and 2027 by sector, and that was something that was presented to you in October with the updated data. And Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer more questions, but that would conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. So that takes us to our AP report, and any members of the public wishing to testify, please do sign up before the end of the AP report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Chelsae Radell, co-vice chair of the advisory panel, and I'm here to give the report on C5 Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish harvest specs. The motion reads, the AP has reviewed the most recent reports and the best scientific information available for the 2026 and 2027 Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish specification setting process. The AP recommends the council approve the final 2026 and 2027 Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and the tax as shown in the attached Table 1. The BSAI, Pacific cod, and sablefish tax have been adjusted for the respective state water fisheries. The AP recommends the council approve the 2026 and 2027 seasonal and spatial allowances of mackerel, ABC reserves, and PSC limits and apportionments as assigned to the respective target fisheries as provided in Tables 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. AP recommends the council approve the halibut discard mortality rates for 2026 and 2027 as shown in Table 12. The motion passed 19-0.
Thank you very much for the motion. See if there are any questions on the AP report. Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much. We're going to take a very brief 5-minute stand down, and we'll come back for public testimony on C5. Thanks. Thank you for your patience, everyone. So we'll begin public testimony on C5. As a reminder to the public, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes to testify, organizations and associations 6 minutes. Our first testifier is Frances Thompson, followed by Megan Williams.
I'm going to ask Hannah for a computer for Christmas present, so bear with me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of the council. My name is Frances Thompson. I'm currently the president for the Algonquin tribal government in St. Mary's, and I'm here to testify on C5 and touch a little bit on C5. I didn't want to come up and twice C4 and C5. I'll just highlight a little bit on C4. The first three-part section. First is testimony, a message, and if I have time, I'd like to tell a little story. So if I'm testifying quickly, I'm trying to get to the story, so bear with me. On C4, the Pacific side trawl, in the years past, they had identified Yukon, Canadian-bound Chinook on the Pacific side, way out there, and those were 6, 7, 8-year-old Chinook that are out on the Bering Sea side, milling and growing. And another subspecies of Chinook, the white nose, those two are diminishing, also found out there on the Pacific side, but haven't heard lately in reports of Yukon-bound Chinook, Canadian-bound Chinook on the surveys or as bycatch on the Pacific side. The Canadian-bound ones from the White Horse have adipose fins removed, so they found few of them on that side. And on C5, it amazes me that you guys are already projecting 2026 and 2027 for allowable harvest of pollock, and also within that, you already have a biomass amount for bycatch for halibut, crab, and the other species, herring. They're wanting to up the herring to add another percentage for bycatch, but none for salmon. They know everything about the ecosystem within the Pacific and the Bering Sea side, on everything else, volume and things like that, but no salmon numbers. Where are they? And I've testified before that this council and the state of Alaska need to work together to determine how much salmon is out there for allowable bycatch and interception. And also in discussion on C5 is the carryovers. In your 2-year projection, it was for 1.2 million metric tons harvest, but none for carryovers. In your 2-year projections, I would like to see, what was projected in a report card from the industry for that year that was projected in terms of bycatch for what was forecasted 2 years prior. And if your projection and what was actually bycaught is higher than the projection, then you need to make the industry accountable for taking too much pollock from what was projected 2 years ago. I don't know if I'm getting across, but we need to look at those kinds of things there. And for the biomass, harvestable total TAC, the TAC amount, the TAC amount should not include the premature, the small pollock within the survey. For me, that's like cannibalizing your own fish, including those small pollock into the TAC amount numbers. And for the herring fishery, they always left out the premature herring within the quota, harvestable quota. So should be thinking something like that. Keep those young ones out of the TAC. Message. This last summer, the returns to the Yukon were very poor. And they knew that from the parent years of 2020 and 2021. I think those were the parent years. And the forecast for the returns were very low from those two parent years. The parent years for 2026 is more dismal, poorer than last year. And every year it's been going down. The industry is guaranteed every year 60,000 kings, 100,000 to 500,000 chums. Guaranteed, no matter. We on the Yukon are forecast no fishing until such time as escapement the salmon return levels are beyond escapement. We're not going to be fishing for a while. And many of the folks in our area, the 1% that have put aside their fishing to save the resource for escapement, are tired because the 99% are the biggest contributors to bycatch of salmon, putting the burden of conservation on the 1%. That's not fair. We lost 40% of our diet, salmon, winter. When you go to the store, you walk out with 7 items, that's $80. You go to the gas station and buy gas or stove oil, that's $9 a gallon. And right now, the forecast for weather is -21 at home in St. Mary's right now. Fairbanks is forecast -30. So everybody's going to be, those that don't have wood, that had difficulty to get wood because they couldn't afford fuel, are going to have a hard time. And I feel for them.
Mr. Thompson, I apologize. I've let you go over a couple minutes on your time, wondering if you had a concluding statement. I know we've been a little challenged with time management today, but really appreciate if you could provide a concluding statement. Thanks.
Okay, my story.
Okay.
And I hope we'll view ourselves as the third good wife, to say nice things about the husband. So here you go. There was a sermon in the church and the pastor was given a sermon on life and death. Anyway, he said at the end of the services, he's going to ask 3 men from the congregation of what they would like to hear when he passes as in the coffin and the wife is over the coffin talking to the husband. What would you like your wife to hear? So he asked Dan, what would you like your wife to say? What would you like to hear? I would like to hear that I was a good provider. I took care of my children well, and they did not be hungry. He goes, that's good. And then he asked Peter, the second husband, what would you like to hear your wife say over your grave or coffin? I would like to hear the same thing, that I was a good husband, a good man, and going to church and did well for the community. He goes, that's good. Then he asked the third man, John, what would you like to hear your wife say over your body? And what would you like her to hear her say? And John cried for a while, and he looked up and he goes, Padre, what I would like to hear from my wife when she's talking to me, I would like to hear say, oh my God, he's moving. So while they're still breasting salmon, let's be the third good wife.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for the story. I really appreciate it. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Thanks. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you for coming and providing testimony. I think it's important to get the perspective of all the people that depend on the resources in the Bering Sea. So I just want to thank you for providing us with that information.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Our next testifier is Megan Williams, followed by Caitlin Yeager and Austin Estabrooks.
Hi, this is Megan. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon, and it is quite hard to follow that testimony, so I'll do my best. But my name is Megan Williams. I am a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy, and I would like to start by echoing the sentiments from testifiers and thanking the SSC and agency for a really thoughtful approach to specifications this year. So where data was extant, they evaluated numerous data sets, and they really did this work transparently and with thorough consideration for the public to follow. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. In terms of sort of the matter at hand in December and next year and prioritizing additional stock assessments in 2026, we urge the Council to recommend a clear and strong focus on species of concern. So specifically a number of rockfish in both the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea, as well as species that are exhibiting potentially long-term declines or more recent declines, or species for which catch is exceeding area-wide or sub-regional apportionments. In addition to missing full stock assessments this year, we also did not have the benefit of a complete ecosystem report, which represents yet another key data gap in 2026. So we did get an abbreviated ESR report in October, and at that time, there were a few red flags that I hope the Council takes into consideration this year. So data from 2024 and 2025 indicated a return to warm conditions with marine heat waves occurring in all regions at given points and reduced sea ice and cold pool extent in the Bering Sea. Additionally, numerous Western Alaska communities this fall were devastated by Typhoon Halong. The impacts of this increased warming and the likelihood of extreme weather events will continue to stress the resilience of climate vulnerable species, such as Pacific cod, and of communities in Alaska. So in light of this stock assessment and ecosystem data limitations, we urge the council to move forward with precaution at the forefront of all council recommendations related to tax setting. Taking a step back, as you know, for the last 5+ years, we have been asking the council to take bycatch and ecosystem information more explicitly into account when setting tax. We remain in a rapidly changing and highly variable ecosystem state where numerous species, especially those caught as bycatch and trawl fisheries, remain in depressed stock status. These challenges necessitate new approaches to sustainable EBFM. Thus, I'd like to take a minute to think further about the risk table discussion earlier today during Gulf of Alaska specs. So risk tables are, of course, an essential tool for driving ABCs. And as you know, there are 4 primary categories: assessment-related population dynamics and fishery performance, and then environmental ecosystem. The first 3 are really essentially very stock specific, as you would expect with ABCs. And when we look at the environmental ecosystem category of the risk table, we do get into considering predator and prey and cascading ecosystem impacts. And I do recognize that as one of the best strengths built into the stock assessment and ABC process and risk tables. But there is room to build on the ecosystem category in particular. And some of that room to grow may fit better into a TAC informing EBFM-based framework. Specifically, we should consider key bycatch species stock status in determining tax each year. We must evaluate fishery-specific impacts to EFH and localize habitat disturbance for the target stock, as well as other species impacted by specific fishing gear types. The council should work to adopt ecosystem thresholds and targets so these metrics can drive management decisions. And Indigenous knowledge must be explicitly considered in TAC and management decisions, as well as socioeconomic information. So that was a lot, but I think I'd really like to reiterate that there's room to grow within risk tables or within a broader tax setting format. The more ecosystem information and diverse knowledge and data that the council has at hand, the more robust the tax setting process can become. And again, whether it's through an expanded ABC informing risk table or a new and different framework for EBFM and tax setting is at the end of the day up to the council, but it's really imperative that this change is made. Challenges and changes are going to continue, and our system needs to adapt to manage successfully in our evolving ecosystem. And thank you so much for your time today, and I apologize for not being there in person.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Does anyone have a question on testimony? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Williams. I wanted to make sure I caught the very first part of your testimony. I think it was on stock assessment prioritization. And please tell me if I'm getting that topic even wrong, but I wanted to know if you were agreeing with the SSC kind of subgroup process to do stock assessments that were planned for 2025, but add additional species either of interest or maybe of concern or saw some significant change on top of that schedule. And if I'm getting your topic wrong, please let me know.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I know your summary was correct, and I did cover a lot in the testimony. But I did also kick it off primarily by looking at the stock prioritization. And yes, I do think the process that has been developed with the SSC subgroup is appropriate, and the amount they spent a lot of time sort of considering how to work that through the process. I would just reiterate that I think the focus for that group and for the council and the agency going into next year needs to be looking at species for which there is a potential conservation concern. Or, you know, and this could be especially true for some of the Gulf of Alaska rockfish, where we're seeing some overages, an ABC portion, or sorry, an ABC, or for stocks for which we're a little less clear about what's going on with their stock status. So just reiterating that I think the priority really needs to be on these vulnerable species for which the uncertainty seems greater potentially than some other more stable species.
Yes, a second question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My second question is on the last part of your testimony, and I think you outlined the use of the risk tables to drive ABCs or lower ABCs as accurate, but are you looking for a more formal way to kind of take some of those same types of considerations on the environmental side, in addition to maybe bycatch impacts or EFH impacts, and have a formalized process like that for the tax setting process? And if that's what you were getting at, you know, I've just tried to find where do we have that discussion? And I guess we do have a newly constituted ecosystem committee, and I'm wondering if maybe you think that's an appropriate place to have those discussions.
Through the chair. Yes, thank you for the questions, Kimball. So I think the risk table has been a really good example of what can happen when you have a framework, a transparent, generally qualitative framework that folks can review, understand, and can be used to make semi-quantitative decisions towards ABC. I think within tax setting, we are missing that. And so while there's a lot of information that is public that goes into tax setting, there's still a challenge in sort of understanding those final decisions, what drove that, why this went up, where that went down. And so I do think there is room for a new type of framework, and hopefully we can learn from the risk table to make it different enough that it's really relevant to those tax considerations. I would expect to see a heavy ecosystem focus on that. There's also been conversation at the council about the use of socioeconomic indicators. So maybe this is where that comes in, but I think there needs to be a transparent framework to do so. And the second part of your question, I do think the ecosystem committee would be the right entity to maybe start brainstorming this, and seeing how this could take shape. It could start there. It could develop into an action module. Who knows? Not getting ahead of myself, but I think the ecosystem committee would be a great place to start and then bring back into the council process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. So next up is Caitlin Yeager and Austin Estabrooks, followed by Chelsae.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Caitlin Yeager. With me is Austin Estabrooks, and we're here on behalf of the ATSI Processors Association. Thank you again for your opportunity to speak to this agenda item. We submitted a detailed comment letter that we'll be speaking to. So first off, we recommend adopting final harvest specifications for 2026 and 2027 for all BSAI stocks managed under the 2 million metric ton cap at the same levels previously approved by the council for the for the 2025 and 2026 fishing years. These are the values that were published in the Federal Register on March 18th of earlier this year. And for reference, it would maintain the 2026 TAC for the Eastern Bering Sea pollock fishery at 1.375 million metric tons, well below the previously determined OFL and ABC. Maintaining these specifications ensures not only continuity, but also legal defensibility, and avoids the risk of a regulatory lapse that would otherwise halt our fishery operations come March 17th and 18th. Secondly, while the North Pacific is known for its strong scientific backbone, it's somewhat unique in its reliance on annual stock assessments for most groundfish species. In other regions, multi-year specs based on multi-year assessment cycles are a standard practice. And even within the BSAI, many flatfish and secondary stocks already operate on a 2 to 4 year cycle.
As detailed in our letter, our harvest specifications process is a rigorous and year-round sequence, and nearly all of the components of that process were completed this year. However, due to the federal shutdown and cancellation of the November plan team meetings, there wasn't a viable path to complete or review these assessments. So without peer review, new information may only be considered qualitatively and wasn't able as a substitute for vetted assessments. Therefore, we found it appropriate to rely on the 2024 SAFE document and completed assessments as the best scientific information available, which is fully consistent with National Standard 2 and meets precedent set across the country. Third, BSAI groundfish fisheries operate under a 2 million metric ton cap, which in and of itself is a highly constraining and often results in tax far below what the MSA process would otherwise allow. This ensures a precautionary approach even in years without updated assessments. As you heard earlier, none of the stocks managed under this cap are overfished or are subject to overfishing, and the 2025 Eastern Bering Sea Bottom Trawl Survey was completed without issue and showed no anomalies or no unexpected signals at that time. So this data will be fully incorporated into the next assessment cycle for the 2027 specifications process. However, as we noted before, survey results alone are not grounds for making adjustments without incorporation into fully vetted assessments. And without that integration, there is no scientific basis for modifying the currently approved specs. And these recommendations do not stem purely from administrative convenience, and I can't reiterate enough that if 2026 specs are not finalized or published in time due to another shutdown or Federal Register delays, that our fishery cannot continue past March 17th and 18th. That outcome would result in severe economic and operational consequences across the region for what could have otherwise been an avoidable regulatory failure. So finally, we encourage you to consider long-term contingency planning. We appreciate the vast amount of effort the SSC undertook this week to maintain consistency and transparency in a very difficult year. Their work to keep this process on track is valuable not only for the fleet, but also for the broader overall management system. And looking ahead, I think exploring policy options that improve not only resilience, but also reduce the risk of administrative disruptions, whether that's driven by shutdowns, data gaps, or staffing constraints, would strengthen the overall process. So once again, thank you for your time and attention on this matter, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much. Chelsae is next, followed by Baklakaitis.
Right. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Chelsae. I'm the Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. I wanted to first echo the thank yous to council and to staff, agency staff and the SSC for the work to develop a path forward on specifications this year, given the circumstances that we find ourselves in. Speaking to the BSAI specifications, FLC recommends the council adopt as final the preliminary 2026-27 specifications for BSAI groundfish with one update to address the reduction to the state water AI Pacific Cod GHL. In a more detailed written comments on specifications, FLC urged a conservative approach in setting groundfish specifications for 2026 and 2027. Adoption of these preliminary BSAI specifications reflects that approach and is consistent with National Standard 2 in utilizing the best available scientific information, notably the 2024 SAFE reports, to make decisions on allocations for 2026 and 27. Adoption of the preliminary 26-27 specifications would be consistent with action by the SSC and the AP on BSAI specifications earlier this week. Speaking to BSAI Pacific Cod specifically, our understanding is the 2024 assessments projected biomass for 2025 is consistent with the biomass estimate for Pacific Cod from the 2025 Bering Sea Trawl Survey, suggesting that the preliminary 2026 specifications would likely align closely with output from the completed SAFE report for 2025. The preliminary 2026 TAC for the Bering Sea and AI represents about an 8% reduction from the 2025 TAC. No model changes were planned for the 2025 BS or AI Pacific cod assessments, so only fishery and survey data updates would have affected the 2026 specifications. From a management perspective, does not appear to be any need to make further reductions to the Bering Sea Pacific cod specifications, including the TAC for 2026. As mentioned, one small adjustment we request is to account for the decrease into the AI Pacific cod GHL for 2026, which decreased from 35 to 31%. This was flagged in the staff presentation you just received, but the AI Pacific cod TAC numbers on the preliminary specifications sheet do not reflect this change to the GHL. The adjustment amounts to a small 519 metric ton increase for AI Pacific cod TAC, but as a matter of precedent, we believe it's important that the Council utilize any additional allocation afforded to federal fisheries resulting from adjustments to the state water GHLs, given the importance of cod to so many users. This is not a biological concern, but rather just a matter of allocating the ABC between federal and state users. To account for the increase to the AI Pacific cod TAC under the 2 million ton metric ton OI cap, we would support a corresponding reduction to the Alaska Place TAC based on conversations we've had with the Amendment 80 sector. Thanks. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. C. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
So Baklakaitis is next, followed by Eric Velska.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. And to the rest of the council, good afternoon. Baklakaitis, I'm a commercial halibut fisherman, operate in the Bering Sea, and I'm here to testify on the C5, the IPHC PSC index letter from the IPHC. So for the second year in a row, my boats and the fleet in general have been unable to catch our halibut allocation in the Bering Sea, whether it's for Bravo, for Charlie, for DC and E, and for Alpha. We basically, most of the fish that we couldn't find got left in the water, but we had a tremendously hard time finding fish for the second year in a row. So as you know, the index is made up of the trawl survey in the Bering Sea, which primarily would show you immature fish, younger fish, and then the IPHC set line survey. And my concern today is that the IPHC survey is getting further and further away from real numbers. In my layman's terms, we're very data poor, especially in 4C D&E. So I don't think that the index is working well when you only have one component. There were no fish surveyed in 4C D&E, so these are extrapolated numbers. And I guess my request, because we see how the fishery performance is falling off a cliff, and we have older and older stale numbers, very small areas being surveyed, is I think you need, or I request that you have the SSC look at this, because in my opinion, we're at the lowest spawning biomass levels on record with the halibut stock in general. And the index reflects a low level, which I would agree it's low, but I believe it should be low. But who am I to say? I just know we can't catch fish that aren't there. But your survey data is really stale. So I think it's imperative that you get the SSC to really look at that. You know, and I would say that there's an added complexity. It might be impossible to survey on the edge. The 4C, 4A, 4C D and E, or 4C and D edge. And that's because of whales. It might, what I'm saying is it might be functionally, practically impossible because of whales to be able to survey that. And We've tried working with the IPHC. I know firsthand the difficulties, but the problem is many times we're setting on that edge and getting zero halibut back in the last 2 years. So I think it needs a fresh look. I'll be bringing this to the IPHC as well at their annual meeting, and just think you need a heads up because I don't think the index is matching what's actually in the water, and it needs some attention. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lakaitis. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lakaitis, for your testimony. I've had the same concerns. I guess I'm wondering if you could provide a little more on what you intend to bring to the IPHC regarding this and what we might expect. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for the question. Well, I've been, as you know, you heard me last year. I'm in the camp that thinks we have a depleted halibut resource, at least for the legal over 32 size range in the Bering Sea. I'm primarily focused in the Bering Sea. The IPHC is working on definitions. I'm not sure what they'll do with that. All I can say is that if you're not doing much surveying and your fleet is throwing up their hands saying, well, we can't catch the fish, and it's, we were highly incentivized to catch fish this year with high prices and still left, some areas 70% or more in the water. I mean, we only caught 30%. So as far as what we're going to do with the IPHC, everything possible just to get people to recognize the severity of the decline. And then, of course, it'll be up to the commissioners, but I think the council has a co-equal responsibility to take this seriously, even though it's, primarily managed by the Bering Sea. The majority of halibut in the Bering Sea are caught in the bycatch fisheries, either under 26 inches or over 26. It's millions of pounds and, maybe well over 1 million individual fish. So it's kind of a co-responsibility, as we all know. And I think you need to be alert to it. And I have some ideas about what the council might be able to do. I might bring those up in staff tasking. I don't know if we're ready for it, but yeah, thanks for your question. I'm just going to do through their procedures, which I brought forward a rebuilding plan last year, and they're just trying to define some terms. They clearly don't think they're in that mode. They think they're in the sweet spot of the stock, and that's what I mostly challenge, because I don't think they're getting the survey results that they need to actually determine where the stock is at this point. Thank you for the question.
And thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lakaitis.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Eric Velsko, followed by Andrea Kaikala and Susie Skorsky.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Hi, members of the council. My name is Eric Velsko. I am testifying on behalf of NPFA, but I don't think I'll need the full 6 minutes. NPFA is a multi-gear group based in Homer, Alaska. It is many different stakeholders fished all coasts around Alaska, but I wanted to echo some of Buck's statements on the IPHC halibut index. Our members are very concerned with halibut, and with poor IPHC data, fraction of the areas were surveyed, no survey 4C, D, and E, tiny little survey out in 4B. Fishery data is poor once again, second year in a row, tons of fish left in the water. I think this last year was the highest price we've ever seen in Dutch Harbor. So if it was viable to harvest fish out in that region, you'd be seeing some effort, and that quota would be at least attempted to get caught. So not sure what that looks like, other than just to echo what Buck was saying on maybe the SSC needs to take a closer look at some of this and make sure we're in the right category of low or very low or wherever it's going to land. The next thing, we do have some herring stakeholders that just reached out, and they are in the food and bait fishery. Probably were sacro fishermen at one point, but they would like to encourage the council to set herring PSC limits consistent with the updated biomass numbers from the state. And I'm not super familiar with this issue, so bear with me, but I think that biomass was set back in 2023, and I think we're using those numbers that's potentially much higher than what we think the biomass is now, but it's complicated because the state isn't doing surveys anymore. So we would want to exercise some caution if we start looking at raising herring caps or anything that might entail. As far as the rest of the specs are concerned, you guys are kind of locked into what we have to do this year as far as not having stock assessments and being able to incorporate survey data in. But the group just wants to urge caution in moving forward. And we did have some surveys in the Bering Sea that were, I would say, significantly down from what was expected. And just be careful. We've seen this story before, I guess, and I'll kind of leave it at that. So thanks a lot for listening to me today. And it's been a different tax setting process, but I think you guys are doing the best you can with the data you have. And thanks a lot.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Velsko, thanks for your comments. I heard your comments about herring, and I may have missed exactly what your recommendation is. I heard you speak of the need for caution, but did you have a specific recommendation for how we address herring PSC?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Curlin. Yeah, the folks that reached out wanted to just encourage the council to set herring PSC limits consistent with the updated biomass numbers from the state, I guess. So that was coming from the folks that participate in the herring fishery, so they're probably much more aware. But does that help?
It does. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Velsko, for your testimony. My questions on the first part of your testimony, again, about the halibut PSC index. I know we're using it as part of that index, the setline survey. That's an IPHC survey, and I'm wondering exactly what the ask of the council is to the SSC. Is it really to look at whether that index is still appropriate if we can't control the completion of the IPHC survey? Is it to look if there's another tool to capture that adult fish that we weren't going to capture in the trawl survey? Are there any more specifics about what you're looking for?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball. I don't know specifically. I'd have to go back to Malcolm and Buck on this. But yeah, as Buck said, we've kind of wandered farther and farther out into no man's land on realizing if these numbers or how accurate these numbers are. I mean, I would question the whole the survey for the whole state, but just because of some of the way the survey is carried out, but that's a whole nother issue. So I would have to defer to those guys. I think there's definitely a path forward for the SSC, but I don't think I'm at liberty to try to explain all the nuances of it.
Thank you. That's fine.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Andrea Kaikala and Susie Zagorski, followed by Chris Woodley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Council. My name is Andrea Kaikala. I'm the Executive Director of the United Catcher Boats, and with me today is Susie Zagorski, the AFA Catcher Vessel and a Co-op Manager at UCB. UCB is a nonprofit trade association representing the majority of trawl catcher vessel companies in the Eastern Bering Sea pollock, BSAI Pacific cod, and the Pacific whiting fisheries. As detailed in our comment letter, UCB strongly supports finalizing the 2026 BSAI groundfish specifications as published in the Federal Register in March of 2025. These were based on recommendations from the SSC in December of 2024 and reaffirmed by the plan team in September of 2025. Due to the federal shutdown, no new SAFE reports were produced in 2025. In this context, the 2024 SAFE documents remain the most recent peer-reviewed science, and as confirmed by Council staff, constitute the best scientific information available under National Standard 2. The SSC was clear in their report. They did not identify additional risk factors for any groundfish stocks that would warrant a reduction from preliminary 2026 ABCs, and therefore recommended using the preliminary 2026 OFLs and ABCs for the final specifications for all stocks. Further, they advised that in the absence of new information, the 2027 OFLs, ABCs, and apportionments be a simple rollover of the 2026 specifications. We thank the SSC and the advisory panel for their thoughtful deliberations and note the AP's unanimous motion recommending adoption of these specifications. I also want to briefly flag a serious process concern related to setting the herring PSC limit. We do not question the technical work behind this document, but we are concerned with introducing new methodologies that impact management-relevant numbers that have not had the benefit of SSC review, the AP deliberation, or robust public testimony. Thank you for your continued stewardship of the North Pacific, and with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you. So Chris Woodley is up next, followed by John Hendersheet.
So good start. Good afternoon, Chair Dremnica and members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley, and I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Groundfish Forum represents 5 member companies who own and operate 14 trawl catcher processor vessels in the non-pollock groundfish fisheries off Alaska. All of these fisheries are certified as sustainable by the Marine Stewardship Council and Certified Seafood International. Our fisheries directly support nearly 2,500 year-round jobs and provide substantial benefits to Western Alaska, Alaska CDQ groups, and communities within Puget Sound. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comment, and I would note the Groundfish Forum submitted a letter on this agenda item, which I will be speaking to. Because our vessels operate and have significant investment in multiple fisheries across the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska, the scientifically based and robust harvest specifications process is foundational to our ability to operate sustainably, responsibly, and predictably. As you may have heard, the prolonged lapse in the federal appropriations and cancellation of the November Groundfish Plan Team meeting prevented NOAA from completing the normal specifications development process. It's ironic, though, that in a year when we didn't have our usual process in place, we all probably learned a whole lot more about the stock assessment process than we would have learned otherwise. I would particularly note the SSC agency and council staff did a remarkable job of not only systematically assessing the available information and providing a clear, scientifically based and robust process to recommend the OFL's ABCs and TACs for our fisheries in the North Pacific, but they also went the extra mile to communicate their thoughtful deliberations, reasoning, and logic to stakeholders and the regulated public. I think we are all much better informed of the robustness of our process, but also of areas where contingency planning is needed. As an overall result of this work, Groundfish Forum believes the council has a clear way forward, which is simply to roll over the OFL's ABCs and TACs for the groundfish stocks, which were recommended and approved in approved in December 2024 and published in March of 2025. Those 2024 specifications, along with the work conducted and presented earlier this week by the SSC and forwarded by the AP, represents the best available scientific information to be used in this process. We recommend that the council support the tax sheet approved by the AP, which reaffirmed the existing 2025 and 2026 groundfish specifications, 2026 groundfish specifications, and also included the numerous tables which include seasonal and spatial allowances, incidental catch amounts, reserves for flatfish flexibility, apportionment and PSC catch allowances, and various other PSC limits. This approach ensures continuity, regulatory certainty, and uninterrupted operation of Alaska's federal fisheries while fully respecting the Council and the SSC's scientific and public process requirements. Lastly, Madam Chair, I would note that as brought up both in the staff report and by Chelsae with the Freezer Longline Coalition, we support FLC's request to make the small increase in the Aleutian Island cod quota, and in order to balance the 2 million metric ton cap that small amount, I think was 519 metric tons of Alaska place, could be used to balance out the tax sheet. And the only other thing I would also bring up, going specifically to the questions regarding herring, is that we believe that that information was provided very, very late in the game. Any of us only really learned about it last night. There's not been a review of this by the SSC, by the AP, or any bodies associated with this organization. And so we, again, as per our letter, we would recommend rolling over the Table 9 values from 2024. And that's all I have, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yeah. Seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
John Hendercheap.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is John Hendersheet. I am the president and CEO of Phoenix Processor. We operate the Mothership Excellence along with 7 catcher boats, and many of those catcher boats are also qualified for the inshore pollock fishery, and when they're not fishing for the Excellence, they're delivering shoreside. We support fully the recommendation by the advisory panel regarding the 2026 Bering Sea Aleutian Island specifications, and that includes the designation of 2,651 metric tons of herring bycatch, which is the number that was the cap in 2025, and until the letter was received yesterday was assumed to be the number going forward. I think the council and the public should feel really great about where we are right now in this tax setting process, given the challenges that played out as a result of the government shutdown and all the difficulties in completing the work associated with the stock assessments. I was so impressed with the work of the SSC, not only their thoughtfulness, but with the clarity that they provided to the council and to the public of their assessment of the best available information. And in a scenario where this process could be quite challenging, they provided clarity that is incredibly valuable, I think, to the council and to the public. And I'd like to add to that a few days ago, Dr. Foy made a presentation to the council addressing how we collectively are going to need to refocus or reset how we look at surveys and stock assessments in light of uncertain funding and human capital. And I was very impressed again with the clarity of thought and the clearness of communication with which that message was delivered. And I'm sure that many of us found that to be a very thought-provoking presentation. With respect to herring, I can make no judgment on the process or the results that are captured in the letter from ADF&G, but that sort of underscores the challenge of this scenario in an overall situation where we have really worked through best available information and are able to move forward with confidence. I suggest we are less certain about the appropriateness of adoption of that new number at this late stage in the process, and particularly on the backdrop of the council's recognition that the overall framework for herring bycatch is fraught and needs to be readdressed. And that, certainly a 24% reduction in the herring trigger cap amplifies to a very large extent the challenge that we already have in the framework for herring bycatch management. And so I hope the council is able to take a very thoughtful approach to dealing with that aspect of the specifications. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hendersheet, for your comments. Reflecting on what you spoke to with herring and your questions and concerns about the letter we received last night, and back to your original statement about supporting the AP motion. So the AP used last year's letter, last year's assessment. Is that what you're recommending we use this year? Or if not the current letter, then what might we use?
Thank you, through the chair. Ms. Vanderhoven, my read of the advisory panel's advice is based on Table 8, which is on page 5 of the AP report. And in that table, the herring number is 2,651 metric tons, which I believe was based on the previous advice previous to the letter that was received yesterday. And so my advocacy is to retain that number specifically going forward in the final specs.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony. Thanks. So that concludes public testimony on C5. I think we're going to break for the day, and we will come back at 8:30 a.m. and see what the council would like to do as far as action on C5. Thank you.